Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Electoral Area Services Committee for April 8th, 2024, on this beautiful blustery day where all the remaining cherry blossoms are being blown in the wind. But we're safe and sound here at the Civic Room. I'd like to welcome the guests in the room and just a few housekeeping items before we get started. There's exits where you came in, of course, also exits on this door as well. Should there be any emergency, mustering point is out on the parking lot. Also, if you have to use the washrooms, just down the hall and behind us here to your right, there's two washrooms. And it's all automatic doors, so it takes a while to get them closed and shut. That being said, we're going to move right on to this meeting. Have a lot to cover today. I'd like to also welcome the folks out there in Zoom land. Welcome. And before we get started, we always take a minute to recognize that we are doing our business today on the traditional unceded territory of the Comox First Nation. We have a couple of delegations, and the first one up is Dylan Gale. And I think Dylan's going to give his presentation from the seat there. He's ensconced himself. You just get you to press the little button there, and I'll turn your mic on. Dylan's here to present information regarding the covered recreation space cost overruns and phase 2 of the project of the Denman Island Community Educational Society. Move the second on my seat and over to Dylan.
Hello. Hi.
Sports fans.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Dylan, and I've been the project coordinator for the last year and a half for the covered rec space. So the project started before I got involved, but we were able to actually move forward this year, a big part in thanks to funding from the CVRD. So I think it was about $58,000 that came through last March. And I don't think we would actually have proceeded without that. So big thank you. And I think a lot of people in Denman are really excited that we're at where we are today, even though there's still some way to go to get it fully functional. So I wanted to just update you guys on this, as well as just, I think we have some, we're still looking for funding. We know this might not be the place for that, but it might be. And I think we want to just open that door and make sure that you guys have kind of know where we're at with that. So there's a picture of the covered rec space maybe a month or two ago. And that fence around it, which you can't even really see in the picture, but it just came down this weekend. So we have actually opened the space to the public, and it's functional as a covered space. And some of we'll get to the details. So the structure is basically complete as a covered structure, but we've basically run out of money, and we haven't been able to complete the slab underneath. And there's still some important elements like gutters and flashing, snow stops on the roof, this sort of thing, to kind of complete it to a point where we can call it the most basic covered rec space that we were looking to complete. And so even to get to where we are now, which is not having completed that slab. And I guess the detail on that is that the slab has been there since the 90s and was built for this particular purpose, but then the project never went ahead. And so it's been a community vision for 30 years. And when we ended up building, we had to cut the slab back, and we had to move the building over a little bit because of setbacks. So basically there is still a partial slab underneath it, but it's not the fully envisioned size for sports and events that we had planned. So So yeah, basically at this point, that's like to complete phase one. We've already spent about $20,000 more. Actually says 25 there, but I think it's closer to 20, which is good news. $20,000 more than we had budgeted or fundraised for. And so this right now is being covered using Dicey's like contingency savings. So as we continue to do community fundraising, the plan is to pay back Dicey's their contingency savings. But yeah, the kind of the next phases of the project are to bring it up to the original fully functional vision, which includes having a finished sports area, so like a concrete pad that has finishing, has lines, basketball hoops, lighting, so it can be used after dark, and electrical for events and concerts and stuff. So as we kind of looked into this, I mean, you can see at the bottom there, is phase two fully, 50 to 150,000. There's a big difference there. And I think that's partly like, if we get funding if we get a grant to do it really well, we could spend $150,000 to make it a really, really good space. We could probably also do it cheaper if we don't get that funding. And so that's kind of what we're looking at right now is trying to, we're applying for a number of different grants, trying to see what's available. And so, yeah, I guess that's where we're at. And let's see, what do I have? Okay. So the cost overruns, I think as one of the major funders, it felt good to come here and just, tell you guys what happened. One of the main things we dealt with was engineering requirements that weren't anticipated. So the original plans, like the rebar got doubled at some point, and this actually was a lot of labor that needs to be done, a lot of material. Similar thing happened with blocking and the trusses. So those were our two major like engineering items that were unanticipated. Or maybe I guess they weren't estimated properly. I think they were estimated not as if it was going to be a public assembly space. Inflation obviously was a big thing for us, as this, the actual building happened in this last year, so things were constantly going up. And we did have some challenges, like our trusses were too long for the ferry and this and that, so there was little extra costs here and there. And we did have a couple of minor funding sources that didn't come through for various reasons. Although so our original $30,000 contingency ended up being about 20,000. It wouldn't have been enough anyway. But yeah, and so and then I think the overall estimate was an estimate that we knew wasn't going to be perfect, and we tried to add a buffer. And all in all, I think, given that the overall budget was about $320,000, we feel pretty good that we've only gone over about 10% of that. So I think the general feeling amongst people working on it is that this is a success and that we're happy we moved forward, even though we find ourselves in a bit of a tricky situation at the moment. So this is, we don't need to get into this. It's just the details of what went over, but I kind of explained that in the last slide. And so, yeah, our ask for the CVRD and for the Electoral Services Committee, I mean, we are looking for funding. I think we're doing this, we have a bunch of grants we're applying to. We're going to be launching a community fundraising campaign on Denman, which I think now that we're very close to having a fully functional space, people are going to be inclined to throw some more money into the hat. But I think what we wanted to ask the CVRD is if there is additional money that feels appropriate to send to this project, we would be very grateful to get it. And I think maybe more like the Dicey's council has talked about whether we would be interested in a tax levy to help with that. And I think at this point, the thought is that we don't want to do that at this point. Like we would rather wait and see where we're at. Maybe next budget year would be a good time to revisit that if we're still not getting anywhere. But in terms of like, if there was funds that became available because other projects had been canceled or whatever, like we are in kind of a position to spend money pretty quickly. So that, we want that to be on your plate, so that if there is funding that becomes available, we're there and ready to take it. And we've already received letters of support, and we're using those with grants. Thank you, Daniel. And at this point, I know that there's a lot of support here for the project. So if there is things that come up that we feel like can be of help to us, we will certainly ask. And I think that is it. And I'm happy to answer questions if there is any.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I was just over with Director Arbor about 3 weeks ago and got a firsthand look at it. As you know, we did something very similar up at the Black Creek Hall, not quite as grandiose, but it's being used for all kinds of things. So it's definitely an attribute to the community, no doubt there, and certainly support it. Director Arbor may have a comment or two. Director?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Grieve. And maybe I would swap the word grandiose with artistic. On the islands, we really like to have that artistic element. So yeah, it's a really great project. And as you say, 30 years in making. I love it when there's these old projects that sit there and the community sees a need and they hang on to the vision. Eventually it happens. And I want to thank you for all the work you've done the last couple of years on the project, along with the DICES board. So we'll probably have to bring up Doug DeMarzo or somebody like that, depending if we have time. But my question to staff, maybe for follow-up, is there's there's one clearly connected project in my mind that's happening right now. Is we're actually going to do a section of the Cross Island Trail between the hall and the store. And so for me, this structure is really part of the elevation of that area, if you will, for public use. And I know we had a pretty small budget for it, but I don't know whether there would be an opportunity for us to look at the Denman Parks budget to help short term. I think that at the level that you have a need, depending on what other funders provide you to cover the deficit, I think you're outside the range for grant and aid or rural grants. We usually give much smaller amount, like 2 or 3 or 5,000, but if there were any kind of reserves in the park function on Denman, which I actually don't know. I did know 2 months ago because I looked at all the budgets, but we go through a lot of budgets, so I can't recall. Maybe there would be an opportunity there, and I don't know if staff would be willing to just do that little bit of research to look at our options for next meeting, to see if there's anything short term we could try to look at. And then for phase 2, I think it's good to treat it, as you said, as a new initiative, and then looking at the next fiscal budget and also your fundraising strategy. Obviously, I think I'd recommend that we continue to offer letters of support. But what I'm hearing right now is it'd be nice to find that 55,000 through a variety of funders and close the current phase, right? So I'll pass it back to the chair and to our staff.
Yeah, over to CAO for suggestions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't want to put staff on the spot here to come up with the numbers necessarily, but certainly if this is something that you'd like us to come back to you on, we can prepare a short report just on the potential of either available reserve funding, or I'm not necessarily sure on the Denman Park service being available given the mandate of that service, and we already have a community facility service. But if that's of interest to the directors, then we can come back with a short report on that financial standing. And I see nodding as opposed to having the numbers available at the ready right now.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, CEO. That sounds like a good course, but I would still look at both, because in a way it is park-like as a structure. It is a community facilities, but it's also very much outdoor. So even if there's a mixed bag or something like that, and I know we also, we don't want to spend our reserves willy-nilly either in a way, but to bring back options basically at the next meeting. So I'll bring that under new business. So Dylan, this is in about 5 hours from now.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll probably put a motion forward that we explore direction to staff to come back by the next meeting.
I was just going to say, I think just a direction to staff.
Is that
at this
sufficient
point would be
for-
Fine.
Okay.
You know, they'll come back and report out on the next meeting. We tend to do that now with any delegation. We'll bring it back the meeting later so everybody has a chance to chew on it and digest it a little bit and get the information. So
Perfect.
it'll be coming back.
Well, thank you very much.
Any other comments from directors? Seeing none, I'd like to thank Dylan very much. Excuse him from the table at this point, and we'll carry on with our next delegation, which is a delegation from Steve Jones to present information regarding suggested changes to the South Extension Sewer LWMP addendum.
All right, perfect.
There you go. Welcome.
Welcome. Good to be here. Thanks for having me. Good to meet some of you in person that I've emailed with once or twice. So yeah, here to I'm Steve Jones from the Craig Derrick neighborhood, also known as the Kilmarnock neighborhood. Here to share a comment or two about the addendum to the LWMP. I want to start just by thanking the volunteers on the Public and Technical Advisory Committee, elected representatives, staff, contractors, and the project partners, including the Comox First Nation. I think this is an important project, and I know a ton of work has been done, and I'm very, very grateful for that. And I hope that it's able to move forward. I've been involved in the public consultation as a resident, reviewing all the information and the open houses, watching the webinars, all of that. And recently, I've read the full report, and I point out the full report was only made available last Wednesday. Now it's 725 pages. So it's quite a meaty document. And, what really struck me as I went through that was phase 1A seemed to be very consistent with what had been discussed in the consultation. And I think there's a very strong case there. For phase 1B and beyond, I found the gap between what had been presented to local residents versus what the CVRD is ultimately asking the province to approve in the LWMP to be a little bit larger. And the province takes the approval of an LWMP very seriously because it gives the municipality a lot of authority and power, the ability to borrow significant sums of money and move forward with significant infrastructure projects without any further votes from the electors. So I think it's very important that the consultation is consistent with ultimately what's being asked for. And I'm going to make a recommendation for a relatively minor, but potentially significant implication modification to that addendum that I think will give you a better chance of having it approved by the province. I'd like to really narrow in on pump station 3, and I submitted some documents, and I submitted a document. I have the slides here. I'm not going to get through everything with the time limit, but I'll hit on the highlights anyways. What we really need to think about is what was presented to local residents through the consultation process. What is their perception of the project based on that? And if we review the information boards and the open houses and the webinars, the idea is that there would be a relatively small collection area for pump station 3. There's about 600 residents in the Kilmarnock neighborhood, and the wording is really important, actually. Too small for me to read the wording on that slide, but the wording at the bottom of that slide says wastewater will move through neighborhood collection systems to the pump stations, which will pump wastewater into the regional force main. So the public consultation was based on a branch and trunk system where you have small neighborhoods, small local pump stations that pump into a regional force main. If we go through the actual 725-page document and what you're asking the province to approve, pump station 3 is a regional pump station. Immediately in phase 1B, it not only is pumping sewage from the Kilmarnock neighborhood, it also will be designed to accept sewage from new development areas to the west of the highway and 100% of the sewage from Union Bay. At full build out, it becomes a very significant facility. On the street in front of my house, there'll actually be 5 independent sewage lines, 2 pressurized force mains from Union Bay going into the facility, 2 pressurized force mains coming back out, and also 1 sewage pipe for the local collection system. It'll handle over 200 liters per second and significant total dynamic head to be able to pump all of that over to the next regional pump station in Royston. When we look at the public consultation, that I believe the perception a lot of the local residents got was similar to the left there. The pump station 3 would be handling that kind of area. The reality is everything south and west of Kilmarnock will be pumped through pump station 3 in Montrose Park. Around sewage for around 14,000 residents by 2070. We don't know, and it wasn't included in the materials, how big the station would be, but it's very similar in specifications to the regional pump station that's being proposed in Royston. It basically is there's 2 regional pump stations in the system, and they each pump, I believe it's around 5 kilometers to the next point. If you look at the mock-up of what was shown for Royston, you can see the man doors there are kind of the small ones. You can see it's a very large facility. So with this information, had the people in Kilmarnock being told very clearly we're going to install, a regional pump station for 14,000 people in Montrose Park, what concerns might they have had? Well, during the public consultation, multiple times, concerns were raised because Montrose Park is really siloed. We've got private landowners to the north and south. We've got the ocean to the east, and we've got Highway 19 to the west. So for children and families in the Kilmarnock neighborhood, Montrose Park is the only park, unless they travel on the highway to visit another park in the district. There have been requests to have a playground, community gathering area, that type of stuff put into the park. On March 14th, the environmental report, as a part of the addendum process, was made available. And that showed that actually the location where the pump station had originally been intended to go, it was going to be a small pump station in the corner of the park, is a wetland area and won't be suitable. Again, that information was made available on March 14th, after all of the public consultation was done, after the open houses, after the webinars. So now what's happening is actually a much larger pump station, a regional pump station, will have to be put in the middle of the park. And it's very unclear what the impact would be for public amenities as a result. There's a few other points here. If we go through the public consultation process, alternate conveyance system topologies were not considered. At one point in the report, it says, by the direction of the CVRD, this area will be included in this catchment. It's unclear what that direction was based on or if there was any engineering behind it. And although there was very significant discussion about whether or not pump station, I believe it's number 6 or 1 in Royston, should become a regional pump station or should just actually be a neighborhood pump station with a branch and trunk topology. That discussion did not happen for the Kilmarnock area. The report also notes, of course, that once you put these pieces of infrastructure in place, they remain there forever. When you build a bridge or a substation or a pump station, you're not going to move that 30 years down the road. So, I think this really gets to my concern with this process. Is that an adequate level of consultation was not done with regards to phase 1B and beyond at this stage. My suggestion to the CVRD is that at this point in time, phase 1A has been very well done. There's been a lot of great consultation, a lot of well thought out system design, and I know that you're anxious to get shovels in the ground, and I know that residents are anxious to see shovels in the ground as well. So I think that with the addendum that you put forward, you should play to your strength there, and with the province, say, hey, listen, we've done the work. We're asking for your sign off for us to move forward with phase 1A. We've also done a lot of work, conceptual design and early consultation for what this would look like in the future with the proposed phase 1B and future build out. But we're not at this stage seeking approval from the province to be able to actually, borrow money against those projects and charge it back to the residents. I think that if you put the addendum as it is to the province, there is a real risk that they will look at this consultation versus what is in the report, and they will say that you're overstretching a little and potentially kick the entire thing back to stage one. And of course, if that happens, it will delay the entire project by years. So, again, very, very thankful for all the work that's been done. I think phase 1A is very well buttoned up. I think it's a little bit of a stretch at this time to do phase 1B. And I think we really have to ask ourselves very carefully, if we were to phone random people in the Kilmarnock neighborhood and say, hey, consultation was done. Did you know that a pump station is going into Montrose Park that will eventually serve 14,000 people? I think most people would say that they were not adequately consulted on that decision. And I don't think you actually need to get that approval from the province at that stage. I don't think it's necessary. So again, thank you for all the work. And my recommendation is that you take a short pause now, make some modifications so that you can focus on phase 1A. And I think that will lead to a faster ultimate approval of the LWMP that you need to get shovels in the ground.
Well done, Stephen, and 30 seconds to spare.
There you go.
You must have had a clock watch and stopwatch. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks for taking the time to do a deep dive on the project, and I appreciate with the short time as well. I just went through your presentation last night. I had a flu all weekend, so usually I get my reports Friday, but I was pretty rushed yesterday. So I really appreciated when I read your slides that you offered. So a couple of things I think that we'll do is, as you may have noticed, we have the sewer extension LWMP on the table later on in the agenda today. So I won't ask staff to come and present here, but I'll definitely hope that some of the points that you raised get addressed in their presentation. You're probably aware that there were a couple of people from Kilmarnock on the ACTAC, and if they haven't caught this, so I think there's a few steps. I think you're right. I don't want to rush into it. If you are correct that this is a substandard level of public consultation on phase 1B, but at the same time, I think personally I would like to see 1B included ultimately in the package to go to the province, because we may actually build on a momentum we have right now to get that phase going and shovels in the ground for 1B in the next few years as well. And I think when we present to residents as well, some of the feedback we heard is we don't want to be left in the far distance. I think there's a lot of interest in the neighborhood. I know there were discussions around the location. And by now, the basic questions I'll have is for staff to explain the regional profiling of that station, whether they agree with a lot of your things, and then maybe come back at the next meeting. And it's possible that right today we're asked to approve the LWMP. So depending on the conversation later, I'll see if there's an opportunity to defer to the next meeting for us to do some of that background research. So I appreciate you stepping up and pointing something that didn't quite jive for you, and some recommendations attached to that. So that's valuable, and I'm glad you made the time just, in at short notice to come and present comprehensively on it.
Thank you.
Director Hardy, any comments? So seeing none, I thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll excuse you from the table.
Yeah, thank you.
And now I think we have Kellen Truan on the line from Moji. Are you there, Kellen? Is he there? Okay, we can put that one on hold, I guess, and move forward. There we go. So I think we're going to be able to retrieve Kellen out of the cyberverse here. Kellen Trun is the Operations Manager for the Ministry of Transportation North Island Operations. Together with representatives from Main Road Contracting, he will be in attendance to present information regarding their mandate, services, and projects. There we go.
Good morning.
So welcome. You're on the air.
Perfect.
SCTV is on the air.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Kellen.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I apologize, just navigating through the Zoom menus here, but I think we're all good. So thank you again for having me. So my name is Kellen Truant, Operations Manager for the North Island Service Area with the Ministry of Transportation. I have Marissa Beniski, our Road Area Manager, here with me this morning as well. And not sure, sorry if I missed the intros, but we have Chris Cowley as well with Main Road North Island. Thanks everyone for joining. If we're all right to jump in, I do have a presentation prepared this morning, which I can run through, and then happy to go through any questions or further discussion after. That's all right. Okay, with that being said, I will just share my screen and get started. Okay. All right, can everyone see my my presentation up on the screen?
All ahead. Go straight ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks again. All right. So an update for 2024 on Service Area 3, the North Island. So on the agenda for today, we'll just go through a quick overview of the service area, just a quick refresher on maintenance services overview there. We'll discuss winter maintenance. I can go through a overview of our previous fiscal year's mainly project accomplishments. And then we'll get a little bit into our 2024 program, provide a little bit of detail on what we have confirmed at this moment. Okay, just to start us off, this here, if you can see on the screen, is an overview of the service area, the North Island in general. I won't go too much in depth here, but just in general here. So our service area stretches from Cook Creek Road at the south end up to Port Hardy in the north. We also include the Northern Gulf Islands. This includes the numbered routes, Highway 19, 19A, 28, and 30. We're looking at approximately 3,850 lane kilometers of maintained road, about 11 rest areas, and 312 structures. We have a highway maintenance agreement in place with Main Road North Island Contracting. It runs from 2018 to 2028. We are in year 6 now. The value this year is 24.3 million. We have 9 yards located across the service area. That includes Cumberland, Denman, Hornby Island, Campbell River, Quadra, Cortez, Gold River, Sayward, and Port McNeill. Now, again, I believe I shared this last year, but just to quickly provide a distinction on the main categories of maintenance, the services that we offer. So generally, these are broken down into 2 types of services. So that would include routine, where like I mentioned here, the quantity of work is mainly determined by response frequency. So this would relate more things such as temporary pothole patching, surface cleaning, debris removal, snow removal, litter collection, sign cleaning, traffic management, and incident response. And then we have quantified services where an annual plan is developed each year, and the quantity of work is allocated to do our best to meet all the various needs of the area and the infrastructure within. So this would include work such as permanent patching, grading, dust control, ditch maintenance, vegetation control, brushing, culvert maintenance, sign replacement, and structure maintenance. Okay, I just wanted to do a quick recap on our winter. So probably everyone's aware, overall we had pleasantly a mild winter, though freezing conditions were still a concern throughout. So we had snow events mainly experienced in January 2024. Just some stats to provide here. This year, Main Road put out 375.4 tons of crystal salt, just over 4,500 tons of winter sand, and we're just over 1.3 million liters of brine within this regional district this year. So we had 16 plow units, including 3 anti-icing units, brining, 21 operators working 10 to 12-hour shifts, and 4 subcontractors used for support. So it's just a bit of an overview on the season we had this year. Just a quick note on key contacts. So I think as we've mentioned, from the ministry side, we have Marissa as our road area manager. I'm the operations manager for the area, and Mike Pearson is our district director. We also have our traffic management center for BC for essentially for vehicle incidents. Could also include road condition updates or project anything affecting travel lanes. So we've got a number and a website listed there. And then we've got our contacts for Main Road North Island. Justin Bergers is the operations manager. Chris is the general manager. And we've also included their 24-hour hotline, which can be reached for again for urgent or inquiries on maintenance services or questions. Okay, now I'd like to run through our previous year, so the fiscal year 2023 accomplishments. You have a few projects listed there, which I'll go to in detail, and then we'll get into a little bit of a look at our new program for this upcoming year. So resurfacing was first on the list there. So last year we continued to focus on 19A. This is north of Courtney. So this project scope was improvement to the road surface. We did 24 lane kilometers from Virginia Drive to Howard Road. We also included drainage improvements, replacement of about 15 culverts, as well as construction of new concrete islands at some intersections. And we coordinated with the CBRD during this project to complete water system improvements in this area as well. So this was a carry-on from previous work. Like I said, we've been working between Courtney and Campbell River on the resurfacing front, focused on 19A. Also, last year we included the Strathcona Parkway, so we resurfaced another 5 lane kilometers, mainly at the top of the hill, coming down from the Bear Lodge. So the value for those 2 combined is 12.5 million. Also up at Mount Washington, so we did some improvements on Nordic Drive for the chain up area there. So you can probably see in the photo the chain up light in the background. Just to give you a sense of where this is, we've constructed a new chain up pullout area on Nordic to service visitors to the ski lodge. So the work included road base preparation, slope armoring, paving, installation of roadside barrier and signage. So apologies, this is a mid-construction photo, but this work is now complete, and that was valued at 125,000. We also completed bridge deck joint replacement on the Highway 19 Sable River Bridge. This is south of Buckley Bay interchange. So this included a replacement of the expansion joint system at the south end of the structure, along with resurfacing the pavement at the south approach to the structure. So you can just see from the photos there, give you a sense of where this is located. The smaller structure shows the hardware, which is fairly intense before the concrete is poured. So the value of this project is 300,000. And then we also continued work on our wildlife exclusion system along Highway 19, again between Courtney and Campbell River. Just a quick note on the scope. So this is our ministry's wildlife program, which is responsible for provincial highway-related wildlife protection initiatives. So these exclusion systems, fencing and such, they're strategically deployed for the protection of wildlife and road user safety along our highways. So this program relies on data collected on wildlife numbers, collisions and such to determine where provincial investment is made. We've been focusing on clearing vegetation and making repairs to these systems to ensure that they're functioning as intended. So this was sort of an add-on to previous fiscal's work. We did some additional work valued at 300,000 over this fiscal. Okay, now I'd like to move into our 2024 program. Just make a note here. So we don't at this time have our full program firm. So I'll just sort of speak to what we do have confirmed so far, just because of the timing of this meeting and how our fiscal program works. So happy to provide an update on any additional projects as confirmed later on this year. So resurfacing would be the first project on the list. So what we have going for this year will be hot in place recycling. This is in the Courtney area. Just make a note here, an economical, environmentally favorable pavement life extension product. So we're working on Highway 19, the Inland Island Highway between Buckley Bay Road and Strathcona Parkway. Also, this project will include the Comox Valley Parkway between Highway 19 and Kilpatrick. And then we're actually doing traditional paving, asphalt resurfacing, Highway 19 northbound from Miller Creek Bridge north of Strathcona Parkway to Jubilee Parkway. And that will also include within this regional district Ham Road between Highway 19 and 19A. And we'll be doing culvert replacement as well along Ham Road for drainage improvements. So those are our primary resurfacing projects coming up for this year. Then we also have guide sign replacement work that's planned. This will be on Highway 19A, south of Courtney, just replacing the existing guide signs for refreshment there, and that's valued at 60,000. So that is what we have on the program so far. Like I mentioned, I'll be able to provide a further update at a later time. Just wanted to also quickly speak to our BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program. So I'm sure everyone's probably aware this is a cost-sharing funding program for Indigenous local governments. We're supporting active transportation infrastructure projects throughout the province. There are two main forms of the grant, the infrastructure projects and network planning. So I just wanted to highlight some infrastructure grant recipients this year. The projects include the Royston Road mixed-use path, the Lake Trail multi-use pathway, and 5th Street bike lanes. So we'll be working on those, and then of course there will be a further intake, which will open up later on this year. So that is that. Thank you everyone for the present, allowing me to make the presentation today. Stop sharing now.
Thank you very much, Kellen. But what about that pothole in front of my place? I want to tell you. No, seriously, it's not an easy job doing what you guys do. I know, but it's good news about the Royston pathway and the Lake Trail pathway. Been working on that one for a few years now, so that's going to be a big addition to safety for kids around the schools for sure. Any discussion from the directors? Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Kellen. I got a few questions here. With regards to the budget with Main Road, I think your slide had suggested it was 2018 to 2028 at $24 million budget. I'm just kind of wondering if that's over the 10 years or if that's annually that 24 million.
Right. Yeah. No. Thank you for the clarification there. So that is the annual contract price.
Okay, and then if I could with a follow-up question, I know you outlined some projects that are being undertaken this year. Are they coming out of that $24 million budget, or is that just the 24 million is really the maintenance budget, and then there's a capital budget for putting in new surfaces, et cetera, so and bridge infrastructure and fences, et cetera. So I'm just kind of wondering if that comes off of a different budget than the 24 million.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, thank you again. Yeah, for the clarification. So the 24 million is our, I guess you would call that the base value of the agreement for the maintenance services in this area, and then the projects that I've been highlighting are separate funding.
Okay. Thanks. And then I get a lot of questions. I know James gets a lot of phone calls as well regarding road maintenance There's folks that I've spoken with that have lived on the same road for about 30 years and have suggested that nobody has come in to do any maintenance on their roads. Wireless road is a big issue for a number of people. I get a number of phone calls throughout the winter about potholes, and then in the summertime, a lot of concerns and issues revolving around dust. And I know it seems to be a big issue, and I know that I think some of the folks out there have contacted your office and received a letter, but it doesn't really seem like much is going to be undertaken, and that's a little concerning for them. Another road is Kilmorley Road. It's adjacent to D&D property there. It goes steep down a hill. There's a lot of concerns with trees overhanging the road there with enormous bumps in the road. And in the wintertime when it gets icy and there's no people coming in to salt the roads or whatever, they really run into difficult times. Sylvan Road is another one, and Sandpines Drive. And then of course, Avonlea Road out by Bates Beach. There's a number of elders that live out and around that area. And of course, their roads are normally the last one to get plowed. Concerns are with those elders out there that they do have medical appointments that they need to attend to, and quite often they can't get out of their road or out of their house for about 5 to 8 days to get to appointments. So it's kind of concerning for them. I got one more item if I could, Mr. Chair, and that's regarding again the back road residents. And I know going from Courtney to Comox or from Comox to Courtney, a lot of concerns about the speeding in and around the back road there. And we've had a delegation come to the Electoral Area Service Committee as well as the CBRD board expressing concerns about the speed limits on the back road there and wondering what Modi can do to help out with that. I did go through the UBCM resolution document that I think was out last fall. And there were questions put forward by the UBCM with regards to speed limits and the ability to kind of decrease the speed limit to try and help out with some of the difficulties that are occurring on the back road. And my understanding is that I think local governments do have that ability to reduce the speed limit as long as they're working with Modi. So I'm just kind of wondering or just flagging that one, how we go about dealing with that one moving forward. And I'll leave it at that for the time being, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, I can provide a quick update on back road if that would be useful for this meeting. So definitely we've heard concerns about back road as well. But like I say, definitely related to the upcoming sewer conveyance project work and traffic management there. So absolutely appreciate that. Safety is our highest priority as well. We've been working fairly closely with the CBRD as that project's been developing and provided feedback into the traffic management strategy that's sort of guiding the overall plans for that project. So there's been lots of communication through our groups. We did also attend the multi-agency session that was held more recently here with our district team and our traffic engineers as well, who will be responsible for working with us to review and provide feedback on the traffic management plan submitted for that project. So I think everyone, on our side is fairly aware of definitely the impact that project will have and some of these concerns. Back road is, of course, a route that is owned or maintained by several different agencies, so including ourselves, Town of Comox, and the City of Courtney. So I think we are, like I said, definitely able to work with the other agencies to review options for additional measures if they are needed, particularly while that program that project is going on. Further to that, we are aware of the intersection at Back Road and McDonald Road. That is on our list as well to be doing some additional engineering assessment on to be able to look at some potential options for potential group. So be happy to keep this group informed as we make progress on that.
Thank you. And Director Arbor has a question.
Hello, that's better. Yeah, thanks, Chair, and hi, Kellen. Good to see you again, and thanks for no, last fall, we had some issues on Hornby and Denman around fiber optic and all the rest of that, and everything seems to be going well now. And yeah, people are pretty excited. I think there's still a lot of questions, but they don't involve Moti, so that's good. There's a time of year for some reason, just the last couple of months, a bit like Director Hardy, I have fielded quite a few inquiries. And maybe what I'm starting to land on after 6 years of doing this is maybe a suggestion would be a clearer pathway on the regional website. Because I think what you just explained between maintenance, so I think right now I've got it down. When somebody's got a maintenance question, I give them the hot number for main roads, and hopefully that gets funneled through there. So that's an easy out.
Right.
But what is more mysterious to people is how capital projects get on the radar or prioritized. And so that one is still enigmatic. And so, for example, and if you haven't already, in the coming week, I've got a gentleman and a group that started around the Mystery Beach area. I think it's Mystery Beach, across from Joe Walker Park. And they would like to see the speed limit reduce between Buckley Bay and the pullover, the little outhouses there, the rest area. And the concern is that people are having a hard time crossing the highway because the speeds are quite elevated. So I did tell the gentleman in the group that those speed limit projects seem to be very difficult to implement with Ministry of Transportation. But what is not clear to people sometimes is why is that? So, you know, if there was in the same, you've probably heard about Whaling Station as well. There's currently somebody emailing us and wanting the speed reduced on Hornby Island around Whaling Station. And in this case, which you've probably heard as well, is speed bumps. So, you know, I wonder if there would be a way on your website to very clearly delineate the policy or the process if people have requests like that for things relating to speed, something that can, because I think people get a little bit lost and they can't quite figure out how money get allocated to which project in what order of priority, you know. I don't know if I'm glad Director Hardy asked, because I don't know if your capital budget varies wildly from year to year, like, or if it's more predictable. I don't know your internal processes. So I would say on the maintenance, it's pretty good. The hotline of main roads is really good, but on the capital projects, yeah, a lot more difficult to explain. So I can keep forwarding those emails your way, but I think people still look at us, to local government, to provide some support. But for me, I'm not even able to give those general directions around, oh, you have a speed bumps. Okay, you won't see a speed bump project unless it's in this kind of context, or you are unlikely to see a speed limit reduction unless it's, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry. So I don't know if you can comment if there would be an opportunity to improve the website and how residents can better understand your processes.
Yes, thank you. No, and I do really appreciate those comments. Actually, and it might be worthwhile setting up some time perhaps to go through and you know, further discuss some of the, I know there are definitely some sort of frequently asked more hot topic questions that do come up quite a bit. I'll take back the suggestion on the website. I know we did used to have a publicly accessible frequently asked questions page that would, you know, often have answers or good guidance on a lot of the questions that do seem to come up quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, because I guess to break up a couple of parts of that question there on the project's funding piece, I mean, our annual maintenance funding will be fairly consistent. On the project's front there, that's, yeah, less something that we were able to predict yearly. Obviously, our team locally here will have you know, priorities that we're putting forward continuously, and and that we, to get funded. Some programs such as our resurfacing funds tend to be a bit more. The resurfacing program is looked at on a multi-year scale to give us a little bit more of a planned sense of what's coming and when. Yeah, and then I guess just recalling the conversation around speed limits. Again, that might just be best for our office to be involved to work directly with any inquiries on that. That's an engineering decision. We do review speed limits from time to time, but it is an engineering review and approval. It has to be approved at a basically consistent level for the province. So we do get requests quite a bit, and we have to look at it and see if any improvements are warranted and what those may be. And then there are also sometimes too, I know we get a bit of confusion on appropriate, speed limit per road design versus compliance. So there are often questions there too that we can again help to explain to people. So yeah, happy to explain any of this further at any point if that's useful.
Yes, thank you. Certainly a clear pathway, some kind of port where people can log on and make their concerns known would be a big plus for our constituents. Director Hardy has another question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Kellen. Just a couple more items regarding Hawkins Road and Comox, most notably in the wintertime. We get pretty icy conditions there, and going down the hill towards the Goose Spit. I know I've spoken with a number of folks at the base out there that they kind of pucker up when they drive down that hill to try and get to work in the mornings there. Again, we've requested or asked for a concrete barrier of some sort to be placed down at the bottom of the hill. So if somebody is sliding down the hill, at least there's a concrete barrier there to keep them from going into the marine environment. We've asked a couple of years in a row here and still haven't seen any action on that. So hopefully, if we keep bugging the heck out of you, that maybe something happens eventually here with regards to that one. I also had another one in regards to, in your presentation, I didn't really see much in regards to details or budget for road maintenance in rural areas. And again, some of the areas that I've outlined to you earlier, folks that have lived on these roads for 20, 30 years haven't seen anybody come down the road to patch any bumps or holes or anything like that for quite some time. So I'm just kind of, again, wondering, I know it's not a CVRD issue, but quite often we're the ones like the chair and Daniel had made mention of, we're the ones that end up fielding these calls saying, you guys aren't getting off your duff to help us out. So what the heck's going on here? So again, we just reach out to you with regards to that. And I guess my comment or my question for you is, who do citizens actually reach out to? Is it BC or is it Main Road? Because quite often, I'm in a grocery store or I'm at Home Depot or whatever, and people are saying, I phone this number, I send an email to this person, and I don't get a response back from anybody. So can you help us out? So that, again, I just put out that frustration that we're hearing from our citizens right now. Thanks.
Okay, no, thank you. Yeah, I do appreciate that feedback as well. Yeah, so I guess again, to clarify on our end, if it would be like routine or reporting on routine maintenance items, like if we're talking, potholes need to be fixed or, stuff like that, would generally be where we would encourage directing those directly to Main Road. And like I said, that would be through their hotline number. That would be, things like that require fairly quick response, and they should be notified as soon as possible. And then if it's more, I would say on the end of like, towards a project or, considerable works, that's where I think it's probably appropriate to reach out to the ministry, because we would be making those types of decisions on when, bigger works happen. Just as a general piece of information, so the maintenance services that are allocated to various roads are heavily based on they are based on their road classification. So we have a hierarchy of for our network, and that's based mainly on traffic volume and road usage. So that will definitely dictate the levels of service that people will see, response times, all that sort of thing. So that's can be something that often we have to do a little bit of work to explain there too. But then as well, to that, we're also always looking for opportunities to make improvements to our network. We appreciate that it's, that network is including everything from the high-speed freeways all the way down to low volume roads. So it's good to get the feedback as well, because we're always looking for opportunities to get additional work done, and that feedback is very important to us. So definitely appreciate and happy to have people just connected directly with us whenever that makes sense.
I'll just add there from the main road perspective, that 24-hour hotline, when someone does call in, it creates a log that is trackable. So, I mean, I even spent some time this morning going through our open logs and making sure they were addressed. So when someone does call into that 24-hour line, it creates a log. The ministry is able to audit it to see if we're responding to those logs. And as far as the side roads, ministry does have a patrol frequency that we have to adhere to. And then we have an AVLS system that makes sure that we have checked out these roads within the prescribed time. So all that is carefully tracked and audited by the ministry as well.
Thanks, Director Hardy. Another question?
Yeah, one more, and then I'll shut up for a while. Again, Kellen, going back to your comment, and I guess that's a concern that a lot of our citizens have is, again, with regards to priority and the rural roads that, again, if it's based upon volume and, the location of the road, that's the problem that we're running into. Some of these folks, like I said, have lived on that road for 20 or 30 years, and there still isn't been any work undertaken. At what time does the province and Main Road turn around and go, well, maybe we should go visit Sylvan Road because we haven't been out there for 10 or 15 years to see all the bumps that are in it? When do we get out to Avonlea Road, or when do we get out to Sandpines Road to see the conditions of those roads and to make some positive changes to those roads? I guess that's my concern here, is I keep hearing that time and time again, is, well, these rural roads aren't a priority, like Highway 19A is a priority, and I get that. But when do these little rural roads get that loving and caring that they so desperately need and haven't seen in 20 or 30 years? Thanks.
Right. Yeah. No, I do very much appreciate that comment. And these are, obviously concerns and conversations we're having continuously as well. So I guess to clarify there, so our team, our ministry staff we monitor our network continuously. So we do try to get out to all of our roads, and the same with our maintenance contractor. They have patrol frequencies that they're meeting, and that the idea is that we get out and we have a look at least at all of our infrastructure, and make notes of where improvements can be made and where they're needed. We do work together to make annual plans for maintenance work, and appreciate there that it's that's part of the challenge. There's always a full bucket list worth of items that need to be planned for. We do the best we can to address priorities and take into account asset management principles when we're determining how we plan our work. But again, on our team, it's up to us to always be aware of where these additional improvements are made and advocate for them. I mean, we are competing against the other service areas on the island within our district, and within the region as a whole. So our job is to be aware of everything and do what we can to advocate for additional work to get these things done. And I think I mentioned we're always looking for opportunities for improvements. So definitely appreciate that. And like I said, again, we are happy to speak with people, individually if they feel that there's something urgent that's not getting addressed. We do want to hear about it.
Director Robert?
Yeah, thanks. Just amusing thing in governance when you receive an email illustrating the thing, and I just sent it to you, Kellen. It's the go around the speed bumps, and it just came as we were talking. And of course, they reached out to the MLA office and the MLA office. So this is a whole go around. And to me, that's why I go back to, if the policies level of priority and likelihood of projects being realized were clearer on a website in a central place, because resident concerns are usually, as Dr. Hardy says, okay, there's a maintenance bit. Okay, now we have the hotline for main roads, but on the capital side, it's usually speed limit, speed bumps, active transportation. There's a few categories, and so for people to understand better the process and likelihood of their requests being heard, for the policies to be clear on a website, the regional website would be, I think, a huge improvement over the next few years, so that we stop having that go around where now the MLA and there's, they've got 3 emails on it, and they went to you and then they went to someone else, and now they're being directed to the area manager on Hornby. It's like the full go around, right? As opposed to saying, speed bumps will be clear. Other than in school zone, you're not going to see speed bumps, something like that. That makes it really clear. Lastly, I do want to finish on a good note. I think it's really awesome. I've been talking to residents around the announcement of the Royston School project, and there's a lot of excitement, and I think there's talks of a community event to start the project at some point. So I hope to see you there, and I really thank the Minister of Transportation for their support to this and other projects, but this one's in my area, and it's another one of those multi-decades requests that is finally going to get done. So I'm really excited. Thanks.
Yes, Kellen, there'll be cookies and hot dogs. You better turn up.
I just happen to love both cookies and hot dogs, so that's great.
Any more questions, directors? Well, I think to summarize, we can safely say that we're looking for some kind of a portal we can direct people through to that, maps out what the process is. And it can't be easy managing for 4,000 clicks of highway on the North Island. I understood, but we always try to advocate for people in our district and our neighborhood, and that's what we do. But when it comes to the Ministry of Transportation, of course, we're entirely beholden to you guys. So thank you very much for making yourselves available, and we're going to move on with our meeting. So thanks again, and we'll see you next year, if not before.
Thanks again, everyone. Have a great day. Bye now.
Okay, so that's it for our presentations. I'm told we don't need to receive them because they come up on the minutes anyway. So we're going to ask for receipt on the resolution status report. Any discussion on the status report? Seeing none, anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carries. And now we have a report of we're going into reports. We have the Advisory Planning Commission minutes from Area C Planning, Area Planning Commission Advisory. We'll second on receipt. Any discussion? We'll be discussing it later. So very good. So on receipt, anyone opposed? Now, I'd like to ask for to vary the agenda at this point, if I can get a motion to do that, because we do have the housing needs report coming up. Number 5, and it speaks very well to the item number 2. So if we can vary the agenda to move it to after number 5, so we move the Saratoga 400 Saratoga discussion after the housing report, and that way we don't belabor the people who come here for the regular meeting as well. Okay. Move. Second, okay. In favor? That's varied then. Pardon me. Okay, so that brings us to come on. That brings us to the Electoral Area C temporary use permit application for Forbidden Plateau Road. Move receipt. And this is what we were talking about earlier, actually, with the receipt of the APC minutes. So over to CAO for introductions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jody McLean, our Senior Planner Development, will be introducing the staff report, and Todd True, Manager of Planning Services, is here to assist if needed. And so Jody, over to you.
Thank you. So this concerns a temporary use permit. So generally a property zone lists the general land uses that can occur there. An owner can have an alternative use considered through an application process. that involves public notification to neighbors, hearing advice from the planning commissions, and terms and conditions that can be agreed to in a permit. In this case, the owners of the lot along Forbidden Plateau between the Nymph Falls Park and the airfield, they're seeking to have tourist accommodation added to their permitted uses. So this lot is zoned rural 20, and it'll continue to be zoned that. This allows for a range of residential and agricultural and forestry uses, but not tourist accommodation. That's only permitted in the commercial zones elsewhere. But here, consistent with their zone, the owners have redeveloped this lot with a house and a secondary dwelling, and they're seeking to use that secondary dwelling to accommodate tourists. The owners live in that house and they intend to continue living there, and they can operate a bed and breakfast there when they're present, but they're also seeking to accommodate tourists in that house when they themselves are away from vacation too. A temporary use permit can include terms and conditions under which the use must operate, and understanding that accommodating tourists from other regions, people unfamiliar with the neighborhood, that can involve some privacy and trespass concerns as they explore the area. The owners have included a fencing and landscaping plan that can be added into this permit. Notification was mailed to neighbors and advertised in the newspaper, but no responses have been received. The Advisory Planning Commission reviewed this application and advised an on-site manager and that the health of the on-site septic system be considered during this application process. So staff have confirmed that the septic system was designed and installed by a registered on-site wastewater practitioner in accordance with the procedures of the appropriate regulating agency, Island Health, when those two houses were constructed last year in 2023. And that did include a maintenance plan for the owners to follow. So in your package there in Appendix A is a draft temporary use permit with a 3-year term limit. It includes a principal residency requirement. That is to say, the tourist accommodation use is only permitted in either dwelling, so long as the owners remain living there on this lot. It's a residential use first lot, and accommodations are secondary and subordinate to that. It includes a capacity limit in the number of bedrooms to match the bed and breakfast regulations in the principal house, and in the secondary dwelling, no more than 2 bedrooms. Condition in there is implementing that fencing and landscaping plan. And it includes a condition that any damage to the fencing or a loss of vegetation as described there must be repaired or replaced before accommodating any new tourist. And of course, there must be sufficient parking on site for these tourists so they don't park along Forbidden Plateau Road. So Mr. Chair, that's the regulatory side of it. The applicants, Jason Penny and Julie Naismith, are in the gallery. They can better describe the vision for how they intend to operate this accommodation.
Thank you very much. Would you like to come to the podium? Just press that little magic button and I'll turn on your mic. Here you go. Welcome.
Thank you.
So just to sort of give you a bigger picture with regards to what we intend to do, we ourselves wanted to make this a very family orientated accommodation. So it's currently would be 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. And we're very much sort of aiming it towards those who are very much into the outdoors. So if you're familiar with Forbidden Plateau, there's an amazing trail system literally at our doorstep. and also a great mountain bike trails as well. And we're very much aiming towards that sort of family orientation. Currently, I mean, if you are a family and you like mountain biking, for instance, you're very limited with regards to where you can stay, particularly with your bikes. And I'm sure that most families, particularly with young ones, are probably not overly keen to stay in hostels, which I know there are quite a few of those with regards to mountain biking. So we're really trying to aim it towards those types of people. The construction itself of the property, we've tried to make it as green as possible as well. And these buildings were actually built off-site, and they're modular construction. They are permanent; they're not to be moved. But they were constructed from recycled steel.
Thank you very much. We take some questions from directors. Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have concerns around the buildings, but I do have a general question because you brought up mountain biking in the area, and I'm not as familiar with the terms that exist up at Forbidden Plateau for mountain biking. I think people really know about Cumberland and the agreements they have with Mosaic, but is there anything like that in place? Is there anything formalized at Forbidden Plateau, just for my general knowledge?
Yeah, what we love about it is there's the crazy stuff for people like my husband, but then right opposite there are a mix of blue and green trails. So very wide, very flat trails, and it's lovely. You see the kids, you know, big family groups cycling down. So it's kind of everything from big wide greens to gnarly blacks.
That's great. And that's permitted through an
Yeah.
organization
Yep.
or
Yeah,
something like that?
all sanctioned, in particular, and the ones around Nymphalls are very, very well maintained.
Yeah, those ones.
Yeah, and then they go on a bit, and then there's a blue trail that goes all the way out to the dam.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thanks for educating me on
Well,
that.
there you go.
Daniel will be bringing his bike over. Any other questions from directors? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you very much and excuse you and ask for a motion to receipt because I was remiss in not asking it earlier. In a second, okay. So that brings us to the report itself. Any questions of the staff on this one? Or? So if I may, so the one unit would be under a TUP as a temporary use permit to allow short-term rentals. The other, the larger, the house itself, the residence could accommodate longer, like over 30 days rentals, which is not covered under our short-term rental policy. Thank you.
Yeah, the temporary use permit will cover both dwellings. It could be, they could rent either dwelling to accommodate tourists.
For over 30 days, because you don't need to qualify if it's
Right.
over 30 days.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I noticed that the advisory group asked for somebody with delegated authority. So if they are renting it out on a longer term and they aren't in the premises, that they have to have somebody's number to phone. Is that something we would work into this agreement or?
That's not part of what's in the draft temporary use permit here. What's in here instead is just a principal residency requirement that this is going to be remain their house, their place where they reside. So they would never have to come back here and live there. And it's not, if they moved away, this use would not be permitted.
Be hard on the police. Well, I just know that in Victoria, you have to have somebody respond within a couple hours or something if there's a situation. So we don't have those requirements, basically.
Correct. Yeah.
Would that be something that because this is going to be the precedent setting TUP. This is the first one like this, is it not? Fine.
Through the chair to the directors. So just to answer the question, their applicant has informed staff that they do have somebody close by to ensure that the nuisance factor is consistent with our nuisance bylaw. In regards to the owners, it can also be a full-time tenant too, who's there, who can also be there to regulate the nuisance component too, if that does come up. So the owners does not have to be there. It really depends on if somebody's there, they're renting it full time.
Generated some discussion, and Director Arbor.
Yeah, I know we're just on this specific item, but I think Dr. Gree is right to talk about the broader context, and the lid kind of blew off on Hornby last week a bit around vacation rental, and I'm sure our staff at CVRD will hear about it with our potential project there. But I guess the question is, is it, in the bigger context, like for this application, I don't have concerns. I don't think it's precedent. Like we don't have precedent for specific applications, but you do set the tone. So just to renew our memory, so the temporary use permit, usually it can be extended for 2 cycles. Is that still the case where it's a 2-cycle thing? And then does it expire fully, or it has to go through some kind of rezoning, or can staff describes what happens after the 3 years and the 3 year after that?
Yeah, so this permit would be valid for a total of 3 years. If they always have the option to extend it for another 3 years if they apply before that 3 year expiry. If they don't, they let it expire, then they'd have to put in a new application in. And yeah, so it can be renewed once. And after, if it's the full 6 years, then they'd either have to, make something new or apply for permanent rezoning.
And just to be clear, when you say something new, could it be the same thing, but just a new application and then carry on and so on and so forth? Okay. Okay, that's good, because what's just looking at the Hornby thing, they're looking to revoke short-term rentals in all zones now. And I was like, oh, and move to a temporary use permit. And then if we contemplate business licenses, I think there's emerging question as to whether one will be compatible with the other. We're not there yet in the areas of the Comox Valley, but I think in the next year or two, we'll be having those discussions.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, we're on receipt. Any opposition to receipt? Seeing and hearing none, that carries. There's a recommendation attached to the temporary use permit be approved for a term of 3 years to permit tourist accommodations on the property. Moved and seconded. Any discussions on the recommendation then? Seeing none, call the question on the recommendation. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. Moving second on receipt on the Buckley Bay frontage, and over to CAO for introductions again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephanie Pollock, our planner 2, will be introducing the staff report and supporting the discussion. Stephanie.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair and committee members, an application for a site-specific exemption to the floodplain management bylaw has been received for the property at 6826 Buckley Bay Frontage Road. The subject property is approximately 0.17 hectares and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling. Proposed is a new single detached principal dwelling, which is able to meet all requirements of bylaw 600, and an addition to the existing single detached dwelling, which is to become the secondary dwelling. Being within 100 meters of the sea, the applicant hired a professional engineer to prepare a geotechnical report relating to flood hazard as per the floodplain management bylaw. The report prescribes a flood construction level of 5.94 meters, which the proposed addition to the secondary dwelling does not meet. However, the general exemptions provided under bylaw 600 allow for the exemption from the prescribed flood construction level for a minor addition, which this proposal meets. The report establishes that the 2100-year floodplain setback covers about 2/3 of the property. The engineer prescribes a lesser minimum floodplain setback of 15 meters from the present natural boundary, which the proposal meets. So it is the addition that is the subject of this site-specific floodplain setback. The engineer provides mitigation measures, including excavation, fill, site grading, and drainage requirements. Specifically for the addition where the flood construction level is not met, the report recommends the following mitigative works to protect against flooding. 1, the foundation is to be set below the final grade surface and backfilled with crushed gravel. And 2, the addition of a restrictive water barrier is to be installed up to the flood construction level. The engineer's report concludes that the land is safe for the intended use, provided that the mitigative measures are followed and that the lesser setback is adhered to. Staff recommends the exemption given the findings in the engineer's report and the provincial guidelines regarding valid hardship. And the engineering report will be registered as a covenant against the property. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I will also note that the applicants, Dean and TC Wiseman, are in attendance in the gallery. Thank you.
Sure. If the proponents would like to come to the podium and provide any other comments or. There's a little gray button there on just below the mic. Oh, at the base of the mic, sorry. Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, just wanted to thank the board and Stephanie and Ton for doing such a great job putting all the reports and everything together. So that's the only comment we have. So thanks, everyone.
And Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. It's a different flavor of proposal from the one in Fanny Bay we had at the last meeting. So, but this one was a little clearer to me in the sense that the main habitation will be up on the road, and everything made sense in the report. So I don't have any concerns in moving it forward, and I still think we will need that education session because they're a complicated situation on the seashore, and I think sometime this year or next year we should really get ourselves fully tooled up as elected official to better understand not just going file by file, but the bigger picture of what we're trying to accomplish and some of the constraints we'll be facing. Thanks.
Any other comments, Director? Okay, so thank you very much, and we'll excuse from the table. And call for a motion on receipt. And all those, anybody opposed, I should say? Is it moved? We're moving it. Okay, fine. No more discussion, then anybody opposed? So that carries. Now we have the recommendation as written. Moving seconded, any discussion on that? Seeing none on the recommendation, anybody opposed? Then that carries. Thank you very much. And we're on to number 5, housing needs report in the electoral areas. This report is dated April 4th, 2024, and it's upgraded the electoral housing needs report from, was it 23 or 21? What?
2020.
2020? And over to staff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Alana Mullally, General Manager of Planning and Development Services, will be introducing the staff report, and I believe we have a presentation online as well. So Alana, over to you.
Great. Thanks very much, James. Good morning, Chair and Directors. The housing needs reports that are in front of you are intended to provide you with a picture of the current and anticipated housing conditions across the electoral areas. The reports incorporate, as James said, they're an update to our 2020 housing needs reports. They use the 2021 Canada Census data and the 2023 BC housing and population, household and population projections. I just want to flag a little bit of a note on projections. The population and the household projections come directly from the province. And that's largely because the province is seeking consistency in their use and application across the province. We receive an aggregate for those numbers, those projections, and then so meaning that we get all unincorporated areas together in the Comox Valley, and then we disaggregate across areas A, B, and C. The province uses the people model, which is the population extrapolation for organizational planning with less error. That's the method that's used. And this is based on fertility, mortality, and migration assumptions, and then applies them to a base year in a particular age-specific population. And then the population evolves by promoting each age group through this model into the next age group, while considering the effects of net migration, death, and birth. Scintillating stuff. We'll talk a little bit more about this, but I just want to highlight this because you'll note that this is a base model. So this model does not include development potential. It doesn't look at our zoning. It doesn't anticipate growth that you might be contemplating through zoning approvals. For example, it doesn't contemplate growth that Comox First Nation is looking at. Rather, this model gives us a baseline, and then we can add variables in our projection. So when you're looking at infrastructure projections, so specifically in the South, you'll note that those numbers on projections are different. And that is because that projection includes the growth that is enabled through zoning and anticipated growth through Comox First Nation in the South. So if that rises to the surface for you as you're looking at this. So as I say, each report is electoral area specific data on community profile, demographics, housing need, and then provides a bit of a gap analysis. These reports are intended to be read alongside of the regional report, which will be presented to the board tomorrow. These are each report supplements the regional report. As you know, the preparation of these housing needs reports is a legislative requirement, and they must provide a housing demand projection for the next 20 years. And then in turn, we are to use this projection to implement Bill 44 and the other pieces of legislation that were introduced at the end of 2023. The draft reports are presented to you now because we want to get using them in order to do some of this land use planning, infrastructure, finance, and community amenity planning work. And then we'll update these reports once we get a new methodology released from the province. I'd like to introduce to you Andrew Scanlon-Dickey. Andrew is with Turner Drake and Partners Limited. He's joining us via Zoom. Directors Grieve and Arbor, you'll remember Andrew from our original preparation back in 2020, and so he's helped us out with this update. And he will go through each of those electoral area reports with you and respond to any questions that you might have. Andrew?
All right. Hi, everyone. So I guess we'll proceed with the presentation controlled on your end. So I think what I'll do is with each slide, I'll just say next slide for simplicity. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Andrew Scanlon-Dickey. I am the manager of our planning division here at Turner Drake and Partners. We specialize mostly on the data side of planning issues. We are rooted in kind of planning or property valuation and property tax services. So a lot of that quantitative data analysis, portions of that work has really lent into our planning practice, which started in 2014. I guess as we proceed with the next few slides. All right. So next slide, please. Just to provide some additional background, and thank you for Alana for presenting this scintillating information related to population projections. If there's any more information or if there's any questions related to those after this presentation, I am more than happy to answer them. There was mention at the beginning of this that in 2020, so the CVRD produced housing needs reports for each of the regional districts communities, and this included all of the electoral areas as well. And I would have contributed to the presentation in the CVRD at that time. So on that note, Turner Drake belonged to the team. And at that point, we were leading the data collection and reporting pieces of that. So we didn't have contribution to the consultation work. But that said, a lot has changed since 2020, obviously. The flight I had back from the CVRD was the week before everything, I guess, shut down. So that was slightly terrifying and exciting at the same time. I'm not sure how to describe it. But a lot has changed. We have new data, census data, we have new market data. So now with all these new changes as well happening on BC front in terms of legislation, it's a good time, both prescripted and just logically, to move forward with new data reports. And so we're here today to present to you our draft versions of these reports. And it's important to mention that as these are drafts, there are elements that are subject to change. There might be some numbers actually in this presentation that deviate a little bit from what you've seen in the reports. So if you have any questions about that, again, feel free to bring those up. And the last thing I do want to mention, not much like, but like the last iteration of this work, the Denman and Hornby Island local trust areas were not included in the study area. So what that means is data for the Comox Valley A area, or Area A, where possible, doesn't include any of the population, households, or other sorts of information that would otherwise be included in other data sets. So if there are those who are looking at StatCan profiles for Area A, they will not match necessarily with what's reported here and in the reports. Next slide, please. So before we get into those projections that were mentioned at the beginning, just to give a short rundown of the state of the market, mostly in terms of prices. So next slide. When we are talking about the electoral areas, the data that we really have to identify changes in kind of housing market relationships between demand and supply is through sales and sale prices. So BC Assessment does provide us with a data set that we can report on changes in sale prices across different communities, and the electoral areas are no different. So the EAs across the board experienced higher housing price appreciation between 2019 and 2022 than the municipalities of the CVRD. On average, the electoral areas grew 87%, or appreciated 87% during that period for the median home, with particularly large growth, if I'm not mistaken, in Comox Valley A, or Area A, which was greater than 100% for the median unit. Next slide. When we're talking about growth in price, that doesn't tell the whole story about affordability. There's a lot of factors that go into whether something is actually affordable: interest rates, lending terms, incomes. So what we try to do is provide just a little illustration of how this has changed over time across the region. So the graphic in front of you, what it does is compares the potential affordable price, or estimated affordable price, and that is the dark blue line, the dark blue thick line, of what the median income in a given year could afford based off of a set of assumptions, and compares this to the median prices across the regional district over time. And what you see is that while there was a gap historically, even going back to 2012, that gap between the two prices has widened across the board, no matter the dwelling type. I will say this is regional data. However, when we're looking at the electoral areas, with the higher prices for more recent sales, and the fact that if you look at annual data for incomes, they don't vary greatly from the region. What that means is that in the electoral areas, this gap is widening even more. So for instance, in Comox Valley C, the lowest, Comox Valley C was the lowest of the three electoral areas, and its median housing price was $937,000 approximately in 2022 versus $769,000 for the CVRD overall. Next slide. Another component that obviously we want to talk to is renting. Unfortunately, the quantity of data and quality of data for rural areas is lacking. Nevertheless, when we speak to urban kind of trends that often starts to have ripple effects into their adjacent communities. So if we're looking at the Courtenay population center, vacancy rates, so the amount of rental properties that are open or made available for rent based off of the overall stock. The vacancy rates remained unhealthily low since about 2013, really. But what we're seeing is that they've remained unhealthily low across dwelling types or dwelling sizes since 2018. So what we mean by unhealthy is, so this graphic here, if you look at the gray sort of rectangle, that is the zone between 3% and 5%, which is known approximately to be the industry standard for what is deemed a healthy market, where there's a balance between the power of landlords and tenants. Right now, since we sit below that, the last was at 0.9% for the overall Courtenay population area. It's sat at 0.9%. So what that means is that there's an imbalance of power between the landlords and tenants on the landlord side. Next slide. And so with that imbalance means prices are increasing. So for rents, since 2019 to 2023, rents have increased by 51%. They haven't increased by as much, at least in relative terms, in comparison to sales prices. This is largely because it doesn't only report on new rentals, but it also reports on rents that have been longstanding. So let's say tenants have maintained their tenancy in the same unit over time based off of capped rents, et cetera. They are included in the sample calculated by CMHC, which brings down what we would normally see as an asking or vacant rent on the market, like Kijiji or Facebook. So it's important to note, so while reported rents here are for municipalities, the health of an urban market has a direct impact on its neighboring communities. So if you have falling vacancy rates in the urban communities, this means that households need to find alternatives elsewhere. And so those alternatives are in those neighboring communities like the electoral areas, which means there's increasing pressure on rents within those electoral areas. Next slide. So short-term rentals is obviously a big topic in many communities. While there's no clear-cut way to identify the market impacts from a short-term rental because it changes by community, it's still important to quantify or provide information about this. So what we've seen across the electoral areas is that the total supply has expanded from about 575 units to 780 units between 2019 and 2022. I want to clarify again that this does not include the island trusts. And in addition to that increase from 2019 to 2022, an increase also occurred among what we estimated to be commercial short-term rentals. And so this increase was 350 to 490. The definition for our calculations of a commercial short-term rental, based off of the raw data that we have, is whether a unit has been rented or has been intended to be rented for more than half of a year. So in 2022, there were 490 potentially commercial rentals across the electoral areas. This is equivalent to about 63% of short-term rentals being used commercially at that time. And what we're seeing, so in the chart below, is how these numbers are expressed in terms of each of the electoral areas, and Comox Valley C shows the highest volume in both unique total short-term rentals and as well as commercial short-term rentals. Next slide. So housing needs work is predominantly focused on the demand side of the relationship between supply and demand. And so the next few slides we'll be going through kind of the components that have led to the increase in demand locally, as well as regionally. Next slide. And a big component of that is obviously population change. In 2023, the estimated total electoral area population was 22,500 people. And this is not accounting for the island trusts. This is up 3% from 2021 and 8% since 2016. as Alana was mentioning, there are provincially produced projections, and we use these in order to remain consistent with what we anticipate is going to be their guideline methodology for these housing needs reports. We are waiting for a final word on what that methodology is, and hopefully receive that soon. Based off of the data that the province has provided, the information here is likely not going to be off by too much. There might be some slight adjustments, but generally the story that or the narrative that I'll be showing today is going to remain the same. And so these provincially produced projections for the electoral areas as a whole suggest that the total area may grow to 28,420 people by 2043, so that 2-decade projection period, which is an increase of 26% or equivalent to 5,920 new people over that period. And then the chart below is expressing that that growth is going to occur across all of the electoral areas. Next slide. Like population, so too is our total households going to increase. So from 2023, the estimated total households for all electoral areas will be 9,555 households. Again, up 3% and 8% in 2021 and 2016, respectively. The provincial projection suggests that the total may grow to 12,200, an increase of 28% by 2043, equal to 2,645 new households. And again, chart below expressing that there will be a 2-decade increase across all of the electoral areas. Next slide. So where is the source of change? Well, primarily it's coming from out of province, from other places in the province and internationally. So really there's a considerable interest from outside of the CVRD to move to the CVRD. And it's more than enough to counterbalance natural population losses. So Alana was mentioning how the population projections are based off of mortality, birth rates, as well as migration. So what's shown here is really that migration component and how it compares to losses of population based off of the ratio or the relationship between births and deaths. So everything really in the bright colors, red, orange, and green, is indicating that people are moving into the CVRD. The dark blue represents net natural change, which is the difference between births and deaths. So a negative number means that there is a higher rate of mortality than birth rates. Next slide. So that's at a regional level. So while higher shares of this in-migration is more so directed towards the municipalities, the electoral areas are not being overlooked by any means. The EAs and municipalities are deeply connected. So a household's choice on their location or where they want to move is often not specific to a community. What's also important to note is that the historical population and household age cohort data indicates that there's growth in the electoral areas among 0 to 14 and 25 to 44-year-olds, which suggests that local increases are not only driven by expanding senior cohorts, which is a trend we see across Canada, but also families. And it's these families that are the ones who are coming into the CVRD from elsewhere. And what we're also seeing in the population projections and household projections is that these trends are going to potentially continue over the next 2 decades to varying degrees of magnitude. Next slide. So how does that translate to the overall anticipated dwelling demand over the next 5 years, the next 2 decades? We'll discuss that over the next few slides. So next slide, please. But before we get into the future, it's important to understand where we stand today. In 2021, there was an estimated 595 households that required some degree of non-market housing or program intervention. This is based off of core housing need data. And so what this is saying is that in our reality, and this is not only for the CVRD, but across Canada, where we rely much more so on the private market to provide housing, there remains a large segment of the population that requires non-market solutions. And so the chart that you see below represents the percentage of households that would benefit from non-market solutions, as well as the total number of households that percentage represents. And that directly translates to the rate of core housing need. So Comox Valley A has a 10% core housing need rate, which translates to 240 households who could potentially benefit from some form of affordable housing. So that's effectively the deficit that we have today. So next slide. So what do we have tomorrow or in the next 2 decades? Well, calculation suggests that there may be 1,580 dwellings demanded from 2023 to 2028. And my apologies for the error here, that 2038 should be 2028, so the next 5 years. And this includes the affordable housing deficit of 595 units. This number is for across the entirety of the electoral areas and makes up about 24% of the projected demand for the CVRD as a whole. By 2043, total new demand for units may reach 3,845. And what you see in the chart below is that increase. So in the dark blue, that's the amount that is estimated or projected to be needed by community by 2028. And in the orange, by 2043. And so there is a need for housing across the board, across the electoral areas. Next slide. A big part of the work that we have to meet the requirements of the Housing Need Report legislation is reporting on the distribution of demand or the form that these homes are going to look like, but that's in the form of number of bedrooms. So calculation suggests that about 41% of demand could be for studio or 1-bedroom dwellings over the next 2 decades. This is related to increases in senior populations or expansions of single-person households who can generally demand smaller unit sizes. And so while affordability and decreasing household sizes do skew demand towards smaller dwellings, there could still be sustained demand for 4+ bedroom units, making up about 21% of new dwellings. And so the table below, what this represents is in each period since 2023, how much new demand do we anticipate, and how might that demand distribute across different dwelling types by their number of bedrooms. So for instance, by 2043, with a demand of 3,845 new units, there could be a potential demand for 910 4+ bedroom units. Next slide. So it's a lot of information, and a lot of the work that we do is very it's prescribed by BC. So some of the things that you see here might not necessarily follow other elements or other projects that you've seen, much like what Alana was mentioning beforehand. But there's a couple key takeaways from our end that just worth sharing. So one, not surprising, prices are dramatically increasing. But it's important to note that while the increase can be largely attributed to local supply and demand dynamics, so a lot of people moving in, a notable portion is also due to factors outside a community's control. So you're looking at interest rates, inflation, there could be environmental considerations. In many ways, that in-migration to the community is outside your control as well. But what largely is within the control of local communities is their capacity to be flexible in the provision of several forms of housing. So allowing broad forms of housing typologies increases opportunities for the market to add inventory, which helps to slow down price pressures. However, regardless of how much is built, there will continue to be many households that cannot afford housing. So that mention of those in core housing need. So non-market interventions are increasingly necessary to equitably house residents. And then lastly, particularly for the electoral area context, density is complicated in unserviced areas. And so this adds difficulty to providing appropriate housing. And so in many ways, addressing these housing goals and these numbers that we've provided to you isn't purely on each of the electoral areas themselves, but is because there's this deep connection among the communities of the CVRD is a regional or requires a regional approach. And with that, I thank you for your time. So next slide. And if there's any questions, I am happy to answer them here. And if I am not able to answer them right away, I will definitely make sure to get an answer to you in short order.
Well, thank you very, very much, Angus. That's more than a mouthful. There's a lot of information there to digest. Just wondering if any of the directors have comments at this point or questions. Director Harbour?
Yeah, thanks for all the work that's gone into the data collection and analysis. I had a flu this weekend, so I woke up grumpy, and I read the report last night, so don't take any of my comments too badly. I did read it last night, and there's just because we're talking about housing, which is the biggest issue in this area. I'm not the only one who's going to read this report, and you called it. I'm glad you called it a draft report. There's just a couple of cleanup items that are very simple, but I call them aggravators. You know, it's a bit like when you open a report and the city of Courtenay is spelled Courtney. For a lot of people like me, I just climb up the curtains. And so Comox Valley A is not a name that anybody uses. It's either Area A or Bain Sound. And in a couple of places, it references the areas as villages. And so those are just probably a copy from the report. Sometimes you just have these slated. I know how it works. So just a little bit of cleanup on that. And I guess what I talked to Alana this morning is, well, first of all, I'll go back to the positive. The positive is really the baseline that you're providing is really great. And to see the status around short-term vacation rental, around the rental deficit, around the absolute explosion of housing costs at point of purchase. Those are things that I think residents in Area A are really familiar with, but it's good to have that more detailed picture. Things fell a little bit apart for me last night when I was thinking about looking at the projections, and I thank you and Alana for explaining that this is a provincial model that you've applied. But for me, it's not that useful because we know, like we have an engineering report later on in the agenda in regards to sewage, where the assumption in that report is that we're going to reach 9,125 people by 2045 because we are bringing servicing and there's a very large development that is coming to the area. And so for me, it was odd to have two reports, one saying, oh, we're just going to have like average growth, and the other one saying we're going to have huge growth. And so for me, when I talk about the housing typologies and those kinds of discussions around where we may want to prioritize our efforts, like I was like, I would trust probably more the report from the sewage than this one in terms of what's actually going to happen. So I realize our staff can probably play with those numbers later on, but I think in our area, we're going to see a lot more growth. And then the question is, I think as you rightly highlight, is, you know, what kind of growth is needed in that case? So if there's such a rental gap, how are we going to incentivize multi-unit rentals in the areas and such? I think we need to move away from thinking of the areas as single family dwelling and everybody drives into town. You know, when I look at some of the things I really like that we're doing around Union Bay is that there will be commercial areas and, you know, work-live spaces and all that stuff that will keep people in Union Bay working there as opposed to just being a bedroom community. And that changes how you think about the kind of zoning or proposals that you want to see. So to have that mix, and those are great conversations because we're at early stage with, well, I won't speak for Comox First Nation, but with our main developer with Union Bay Estates, I think this is a kind of report where it gets really interesting talking about the kind of typologies that we could create in the future, but not based on those projections. What I'm trying to say. So for me, the question becomes with what I find more reasonable projections, which are the ones where the development does occur. it's, I would have loved to see that in that report somehow built in, but I understand the provincial methodology did not allow for that. So just a bit of feedback. I think it's important work. It's built up on our first report a few years ago, and but if you can clean up, I guess that's why I grumped up when I see us described as a village or Comox, you know, right away it set the tone. I'm like, oh, this is a report not written here. But, you know, if residents read that, it's like Courtney spells Courtney, right? So I was like, oh, but I understand those things can be fixed. So thank you very much. I'll pass it. I'm sure the other directors have a lot of comments as well.
Yeah, further to that, I've seen many engineering reports that start talking about the CBRD, then later on in the report, they say Cowichan Valley Regional District, just out of, well, where was that working again? Yeah, okay. So that happens. I mean, even the province itself sometimes doesn't understand what electoral areas are, even though they created them 48 years ago. Director Hardy, you got some comments?
Yeah, just the one question, I guess, just a draft report. When do we anticipate seeing the completed report?
So I can speak to that briefly, if that's okay. Sorry, Alana, I think it just moved to you, the screen. And then I can,
Go ahead.
yeah, and I can address a couple of the elements that Director Arbor brought up as well. I apologize, yes, for those mistakes. I had caught the village one last week and promptly put my head down and kind of cursed a little bit. The other one for the Comox Valley, as data people, we follow the names provided by StatCan, and under StatCan, it's under like Comox Valley A, B, and C. So I do apologize for that as well. That's an easy change. As for the gap between the reports, so the one provided like in the engineering report or that you're mentioning, yeah, I completely agree that on the ground context makes much more sense. And it is an unfortunate situation that we are prescribed to use the provincial projections. Related to that, those provincial projections were provided about mid last year, and most likely it was response to during the initial iterations of housing needs reports, all the municipalities and all the electoral areas had different projection methodologies. And so I think the province was trying to rein everyone in so they can understand it more comprehensively. On that note, so to the next question, in relation to when we'd be able to provide the final version, it all really depends on when the province is going to release their final guidelines for calculations for dwelling demand. From what I'm hearing behind the scenes is that those calculations are very close to what we've prepared for you right now. There might be some slight modifications. Initially, those guidelines were supposed to come out in January 2024, and now the website, I believe, and Alana, you can correct me if I'm wrong, says early 2024. So hopefully soon, but that's why I think it was important for us to have the draft to you now so you can understand where the data is coming from, and so staff could potentially use it for work that they're working on behind the scenes.
If I could just ask maybe Alana to follow up to that, the value of having this document now in front of the community, in front of the committee, and we're also presenting to the board tomorrow for the Comox Valley wide documentation. So the value of having this in draft form in the community is so that our partners and community can make use of the information in here and use it towards applying for grant funding and their own development purposes. If there's anything to expand on that, I appreciate that it is in draft and there is some corrections, if you will, but I think it is important that this be in play, so to speak.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Trying not to put the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart. Again, with regards to the report, with regards to housing needs, the number of houses that are required in area A, B, and C down the road, I get and understand that side of things. I guess the other side when we start talking about housing is the need for water and the need for sewage. And, you know, what kind of infrastructure we're going to need to accommodate the amount of houses that are going to need to be put forward by 28, by 43, by 2080. So I'm guessing that probably wasn't a task for you, but I'm guessing that that's going to come at another time. But is that stuff that we need to have being worked on right now, or is it being worked on right now in relation to the housing needs report? Thanks.
Through Mr. Chair to the directors, in many ways, it's really rather serendipitous. So we commissioned this update, and then of course we received provincial legislation and a lot of changes on the provincial front. So all of the municipalities, my municipal counterparts, are all working with the same data to get going on implementing Bill 44, namely where within their community boundaries they'll be putting the additional density and providing for the needs that are identified in this report. And you're absolutely right. Alongside of that is an important piece around infrastructure planning and financial planning, asset management. So the new legislation calls for us to be doing that proactive planning work. And that's something that we are working closely with the member municipalities on right now, scoping that work and ensuring that we are doing that proactive planning in a meaningful way. For the electoral areas, we have a little bit more time than the municipalities, just relative to some dates that the province has released around updating official community plan and zoning. So we'll be starting in Union Bay. I think at a very recent meeting, we spoke a little bit about some of the scoping work that we need to do for a local area plan. And then similarly for Saratoga, that work also needs to be conducted.
Further?
Yeah, if I could. Thanks, Lana. So I guess the follow-up would be, when do you anticipate to have that part of the equation delved into, and when can we anticipate a draft report or a final report down the road here?
Thank you. I'm probably not helping by turning it off. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Andrew said, we'll wait for this provincial release on the methodology, and then we'll bring you the housing needs report for sure by the end of this year. We do have some deadlines that the province has introduced. The work on the collaborative, proactive regional planning is underway now. Each of the municipalities and the electoral areas, we've been given some money from the province to help support us to undertake that work. So we're scoping now. You'll start to see some of the findings trickle out through the remainder of 24 and into 2025.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I guess my last thing on this is I'm wondering, because there's that discrepancy between what we've educated the community around with the LWMP process and our growth projection. I'm just wondering if we could put an annotation or some kind of reference to that work and that discrepancy in the text, so that people who read it don't go, oh, this report, like that was my reaction. I'm like, oh, it's totally not ground truthed, right? It's just using general provincial, because even for provincial, like if I showed it, say our MLA decides to read it, she might have the same reaction to go, oh, why does it just show like this regular growth when we know that we're about to have an explosion of home construction if the LWMP process concludes? So I think it might be worthwhile to put that into text as either an annotation or a note or something like that, so that it's clear to the reader that some of those study limitations are highlighted.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Just a follow-up to Director Arbor's question, or comment, I guess, is Andrew, again, at the end of the day, you're basing numbers based upon provincial projections. Where do we draw the line with regards to how accurate are the numbers that you've put forward in the draft report? Like, plus or minus 10% or plus or minus 50%. And I know, going back to your previous report, here's what the projections were. There's supposed to be like 0.1 growth, I think, in the Comox Valley, you know, up to 2025, and all of a sudden we have 13 to 16% growth or 20% growth. So I know it's very difficult because you're kind of putting a crystal ball up in front of your face there and trying to figure out what numbers are. But I guess the question long-winded is, you know, where are we with regards to percentage of being under or over with regards to the numbers that we see in the report? Because again, based upon if we're looking at somewhere like Area C, for example, where there's a need of 460 houses by the year 2028 in that area, and we still don't have any infrastructure like water or sewer set up, that kind of stuff. Going through that whole process with the province of British Columbia just to delve into the water issues and the sewage issues is, you know, probably a 3 to 5 year process. So if we're running a deficit now and we're going to need 460 come 28, you know, how accurate are those numbers? I guess at the end of the day is kind of what I'm trying to get out of you.
That is a great question, and I wish I had the perfect answer to it. Regardless of the source of the projection, it's going to be, I guess, inherently uncertain based off of the assumptions that go into it. So, for instance, the projections that the province or the projection methodology that the province uses, it's all based off of historical data. So what's happened in the past and how might that translate into the future? So going back to the previous iteration of this report, some communities had vastly different sort of expectations, and we had a pandemic no one could have anticipated for in terms of how that would impact migration across Canada. So my kind of terrible answer to you is I can't really give you that percentage. There's unfortunate, so there's pros and cons of having to use these provincial projections. One is that, well, a con is, as we've been mentioning here, it doesn't necessarily get to the granular level, that understanding like how different developments are coming on board or certain projects are coming on board influence the new housing that might come online. But on the other end too, it takes a lot of the pressure off of communities to provide that methodology as well as defend the methodology. So if you are talking to the province about these things, a lot of the times it's like that conversation starts at, well, you as the province have provided us with these numbers. Like, how do we move forward with this? It's not the province asking, justify what you're thinking as part of your methodology. So there is that pro to it. Whether that answers your question or helps you out in any way, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I think that was a long-winded way to say not really sure.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I think one of Andrew's really important points, well, many important points, two I'd like to flag now. One is the value of that regional approach, which is what we're doing here in the Valley. And knowing that if people can't find housing in Area C, for example, we know based on our numbers that they will look at our other communities to find their housing. So it's not that folks necessarily will default and leave the community. The other piece that I think is really important is that servicing capacity, that tipping point that you're speaking to. And one of Andrew's points that it is really, as you well know, I don't need to tell you this, but for our public, it is really, really complex to provide servicing in the rural areas. So while these demand projections may suggest, if it's 1,400 units here, 800 units there, we might not be able to meet that demand in an unserviced context. And that's okay. It's again coming back to that regional piece. And there might be a point, for example, in the south, where we do have the ability to meet the projections and the demand, and that area might take up some of the demand that is unable to be met in those other unserviced areas. Thank you.
Well, like John Lennon said, change is what happens while we're busy making other plans. You could say that growth and development is what happens while we're busy making other plans. One thing for sure, looking at these figures, especially related to Area C, is the cohort that we call the baby boomers is still working its way through like the mouse on the snake. When we look at 2028, 85% increase in or sorry, 55% increase in people over 85 coming here. So that's a whole different way of looking at things. It is, I don't know, what is reassuring though is by 2028, and again, going off various C's numbers, we saw a 15% increase in the 15 to 24-year-olds, which traditionally by the time they're graduated, they're off to Alberta or greener pastures to make a living, which at one time, I think the Economic Development Society had a plan to buy all the graduates in the Comox Valley some luggage. But that's encouraging. They're sticking around. Plus the young families, 11% increase in the 25 to 44-year-olds. So there is some optimism there. I know I was just recently at a Chamber of Commerce breakfast, and the presentation there, Andrew Gower actually, the estimate was about 26,000 people, new people in the Comox Valley by 2030. That's only 6 years. So which figure's right? We know for darn sure people are coming here, and it's not for the jobs. We don't have a thriving economy. It's not for, it's not because the housing is affordable, because we can see it exponentially increasing, doubling, which, you know, puts it out of scope. A house where I live goes for $1 million easy all the time now. So they used to be $400,000 not that long ago. So it is a conundrum. We'd have to take these figures seriously. You can't stop people from coming here because we have a free country that guarantees freedom of movement. We also have almost 2 million non-resident from foreign countries in Canada. And that obviously displaces the whole thing as well. So there's going to be no easy answers to this, but we can't shoot the messenger. Sorry, Andrew, but because this is happening all over. And maybe this is my question to Andrew. Do these figures sort of correlate with other places in Canada as a rule? Or is this kind of Vancouver Island centric?
Correlate in the sense of, are we seeing similar trends across the board, or is it specific to Vancouver Island?
Yeah, similar to Vancouver Island.
So honestly, there's a lot of this happening across Canada. My experience is mostly with some areas of BC, as well as because we work out of Halifax. So our understanding of Atlantic Canada is like there's a lot of this happening. So it's a lot of influx of folks who are international. There's a lot of influx that are folks who are coming from other provinces. And generally, there's a lot of people who are moving from those larger metropolitan areas like Vancouver, like Halifax, to the rural areas because it's a way of life that they're looking to have. And oftentimes the housing, perhaps not in the context of the CVRD, but definitely in the context of where we are here, is much more affordable. And that idea now, while it might not be as influential as we initially thought at the onset of the pandemic, but remote work as a possibility really makes that mobility question like much more complicated, because we're not as limited by our commutes. We're now just limited by our internet connection in many circumstances. So yes, long story short, this is not only something that's happening within the CVRD and the electoral areas. It's something that's happening on both coasts. That I know for sure. And I'm sure it's happening in between as well.
You could probably still buy a house in Tumbler Ridge for a reasonable price, but they'd rather live here. Looking around, any more discussion, any more questions? So at this point, I'd like to thank Andrew for his very comprehensive report. And like Daniel, I've had it open actually all weekend looking at it, and it's an awful lot to absorb, but I focused in on the area C, of course, which is prevalent to my neighborhood. So thank you very much, and we certainly appreciate it. And I guess we need a vote on receipt of the Andrew's report. So anybody opposed to receipt? Seeing none, then that carries and the recommendation. Director Arbor has a comment.
Yeah, thanks. I'll move it, but yeah, hopefully all of our comments and remarks were captured, so it does say draft in there. Following provincial release of the updating housing needs projection methodology. Yeah, like, now move it.
Who seconded? Do you want to say something?
Just to confirm that we can include some sort of an annotation recognizing the work that has been done elsewhere on some of the engineering infrastructure projects and population projections there, so that it does have that context. Just confirming that with either Alana or Andrew.
Alana?
Through Mr. Chair, we certainly can do that. This kind of comes back to Director Hardy's question about what is the other work that we have underway. And so we have to go through this exercise, or we are going through the exercise of assessing what is our ability to meet this demand under existing zoning. And so a big piece of the material that Director Arbor is referencing would be captured in that.
So we're good to go. So on the recommendation, is there any opposed? Then that carries. So before we move back to the 400 Saratoga discussion, I'm going to propose a very short break, and during which time we get to stretch our legs, and I will ask that our vice chair, Richard Hardy, assume the chair for this discussion, as I will be speaking freely as director for Area C. So 10-minute break. I might mention that the consensus is that this will be a working lunch, because we might be here till the July 1st committee meeting at 7 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, so if some members want to grab a sandwich, that's just fine, especially Director Hillian, because he has someplace to go.
Never works.
It'll work.
We'll just give a quick 2-minute warning before we get back into the meeting. So about 2 minutes, give everybody a final chance to scarf down the last year potato salad. So good afternoon. We're getting back after lunch here. We're going to move into reports for electoral area C rezoning for 400 Saratoga. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hardy. And Jody McLean, our Senior Planner Development, will be introducing the staff report and then is supported also by several other staff. And Jody, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you through the CEO to the chair and the directors. So this application concerns an undeveloped area at the heart of the Saratoga Beach, Miracle Beach community of Black Creek. Over the last couple of decades, it's been subject to several rezonings and several attempts at developing. And it's been left today and over the past 10 years with this Saratoga Beach Estates Comprehensive Development Zone, along with a few other residential zones there. And this master development agreement that requires certain terms and conditions.
Sorry, are you muted? We cannot hear you.
No, Jody is on the speaker system and we can hear him. Can you hear my voice? Can anybody online hear my voice? I saw Bruce Green on there. Maybe you can let us know. Just one sec. We're gonna see if we can find out what the audio is doing. Can you hear us online now?
Yes, now I can.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Jody, I'll turn it back over to you and maybe we can restart that presentation.
Right, okay.
Thanks.
So this application, it concerns an undeveloped area at the heart of the Saratoga Beach, Miracle Beach community of Black Creek. There's been several attempts, or several rezonings over this last couple of decades, a couple of attempts at developing it. And today it is left, like it has been for the last 10 years, with the Saratoga Beach Estates Comprehensive Development Zone, as well as several residential zones there too, and a master development agreement that has some terms and conditions that are necessary for the development of that area. So at this committee's meeting on August 14th of last year, the Electoral Services Committee considered a new development proposal that would provide zoning for up to 544 dwelling units in this space. And this is very dense development for a rural area, and it would consequentially need community water service and a community sewer service to even be feasible. The Electoral Area Services Committee considered the proposal, but requested additional information before proceeding any further. And in response, the applicants have provided that additional information included in Appendix A of your packages. So overall, the development concept would generally see 544 dwelling units over 36 hectares of land in the form of houses with some attached suites and carriage houses, 2 separate areas for multifamily units like townhouses and low-rise apartments or condominiums, and a separate strata area for some single-level housing, as well as a local service area will be set up for sewage collection and treatment with discharge of the effluent through an ocean outfall into deep water well off the coast. And while the applicants there, they would design and build and finance the sewage system, it would be for the CVRD, the Comox Valley Regional District, to own it, and its employees to operate it, and the new incoming property owners to maintain over time. And if there's space and the system designed to, it could be possible for the CVRD afterwards to expand the treatment plant and the collection system to add in today's existing development. This is adjacent to a relatively small area that is full of septic fields with a high water table in very rainy months. Though, yeah, any such venture would require those participating owners to fund the expansion, and it is unknown how much those costs would be. On parks, as this proposal involves a phased development agreement, which has different rules than a master development agreement, all park-related commitments, they must be made upfront. This development triggers a Section 510 of the Local Government Act, which requires 5% parkland dedication, but later at the time of subdivision. So, but because this is a phased development agreement, we have to make this all upfront. And so what's illustrated in your package there, in the maps there, is the 5% being the lands around the Fairway Pond, accessible through some trails to the roads. For drinking water, they're seeking to include land into the Black Creek Oyster Bay water system. While that system has experienced capacity issues in the recent past, the new wells are now providing sufficient water. However, the commitment of adding additional 544 dwelling units into that system would again put that system close to its maximum capacity. It is feasible, but it is a significant commitment of that resource and would involve trade-offs for being able to accommodate other rezonings elsewhere in that system. In terms of feasibility, rainwater management has proven to be very difficult. There's no public rainwater management or drainage service in this area. In general, in the rural area, owners of each lot, they're responsible for managing rainwater without concentrating or redirecting it towards their neighbors or onto the road. The Ministry of Transportation Infrastructure, they maintain roadside ditches and culverts, but they're only sized to accommodate water off the roads during large storm events, and they're not sized or maintained to accommodate that plus water off private rural lands. As the development project would involve a significant amount of impervious surfaces and new lot lines everywhere, a strategy for dealing with rainwater on each lot or drainage off the lots is needed. The applicants propose that drainage off individual lots be allowed and that the Ministry of Transportation Infrastructure maintain rainwater features such as swales and rain gardens in the ditches, with the collection system being directed towards the Fairway Pond through the middle and a new detention pond on the south side. Groundwater conditions in this area, the high water table, they limit the capacity of what on-site and underground infiltrations can accommodate. So the applicants would propose to build a detention pond, and with the request that the regional district take ownership and maintain that pond through a new local service area. The objective would be that the post-development flows for the development area as a whole would match pre-development flows instead of individual lots needing to do that. So staff input on that rainwater management and drainage. This area has known issues over the past couple of years. And the CVRD did commission a master drainage plan back in 2019 to examine the issues here. And that plan did present this expanded shared use of the ditch system as an option that could alleviate some of that rainwater management issues. And CVRD staff have been exploring this, but relating to existing known problems areas elsewhere. But it does require significant deviation from the ministry. And to date, these jurisdictional challenges and responsibilities have just been too significant to overcome. And as this is new greenfield development, staff here do not believe that the strategy is viable. That relies on shifting the rainwater management responsibilities offsite into the public realm. That relies on the ministry agreeing to new responsibilities or the CVRD taking over some or all of those responsibilities. Therefore, staff is recommending this application not proceed any further at this time. The strategy for dealing with drainage doesn't appear to be viable. And before such a significant commitment of the development potential of that Black Creek Oyster Bay water system is made to a singular project, this basic strategy with more detailed plan of needed on-site regulation and off-site responsibilities is needed. The official community plan designates this area as a settlement node, and it's an area to accommodate serviced rural development. And with servicing comes higher densities, more development potential. And this is a place appropriate for higher densities. And development of this lot under the existing zoning that's in place today and continues to be proposed in this application here is appropriately tied to implementing community sewage system. But we must also keep in mind the physical responsibility and carefully understanding new services being taken on. They are affordable and reliable, and also fostering those community partnerships. This department here is seeking to engage in community planning initiatives here, specific to the Saratoga Miracle Beach settlement node in the next coming year. That was alluded to in the previous housing needs item on the agenda. There's been a lot of important background information collected over the last several years, consequential to development and redevelopment. That master drainage plan I referred to earlier there, a water master plan, the extent that sea level rise is going to inundate lands, the new housing legislation that gets kicked in when you provide sewer service. And that community planning, it could include some comparative growth scenarios. However, of course, we must process and consider the application here. This specific development proposal based on the policies and the procedures that are in place today, based on the information that's been provided. So, Mr. Chair, this development proposal, it would create lots that just are unable to adequately manage rainwater on site. They rely on some kind of public drainage system that would fall to the regional district to regulate and maintain. It's a significant commitment of this area's development potential, coming with some unknown responsibilities and costs. It's staff's recommendation to not advance the proposal. The owners may reapply in the future with a new proposal that better aligns with policies of the new housing legislation, with more viable strategies, more comprehensive, complete plans, and that's not just filling a hole, but also participating and integrating into the larger community. The applicants are in attendance here today, Kevin Brooks, Jean Reimer, and Marshall Guzin, and they can provide some more context and background on this development proposal and specifically. Thank you for listening.
Kevin, would you like to provide some comments with regards to the report, staff report?
Thank you, Chair. I do have a presentation, a brief presentation for the Chair and the directors. Thank you. Let's see if this works, Lisa. So my name is Kevin Brooks. I'm the Division Manager of Planning for McElhaney Regional Vancouver Island. I also do planning throughout British Columbia and Alberta and similar projects of this nature. As Jody said, thank you very much, Mr. McLean. Jean Reimer and Marcia Gozen are also on the line and can answer questions, specifically context questions with the nature of the project and the history of the project, because I've only been involved in the project for about the last 24 to 30 months. The project has been ongoing for Mr. Reimer and Mr. Gozen for about 6 years at this time. So my brief presentation, introductions, wanted to give a little bit of context around sort of how we saw the property in regards to the surrounding community. Discussion a little bit about the existing zoning, the MDA. Again, when we're looking through it, what the current context of that actual project is from a regulatory perspective. A little bit about the project timeline and a summary with in regards to that. And in that, it's really about how our proposal has actually evolved over the last several years through the conversations with staff in the regional district. And I'll touch base on servicing, like Mr. McLean has done such a good job on the servicing aspects and some of the things that we are aware of, and some of the negotiations that we've also been in with the ministry in regards specifically to rainwater management, as Mr. McLean has touched base on. And then just a quick summary. So when we talk about the context of the project itself is located within about 400 meters of a current grocery store. So there is commercial nodes within the area that actually suggest, additional residential development in this area makes sense. Lots of parks, green spaces, school within proximity, and all located on bus routes. On the map that you see here, you can see the SBCD area. That is the area where the density under the existing MDA would go. Under the existing MDA, it is zoned to allow for 143 lots with 2 units per lot. So 286 units within that red zoned area alone at this time. I mentioned that because Mr. McLean has mentioned our proposed rezoning. And when you look at the area, the actual number of units proposed over the entire site, which includes the R1 area to the west, including a country residential to the south and also to the west along the highway. When you look at the actual overall density we're proposing, it is consistent with the existing zoning on these parcels now. The master development agreement history, I can speak to this somewhat, but again, Ms. Mullally will have much better context of the history of this because it's gone back quite a while. But one of the things with the master development agreement, it establishes the requirement of a sanitary treatment facility. The initial intent of that sanitary treatment facility was ground discharge of the treated effluent. Over time, it has been determined, and Mr. McLean spoke to this, is that a ground discharge treatment facility will not work in this area. The R1 zone area that you can see on the map was to be the area for the ground discharge treatment facility, but there's a very high water table in the area, and you can't discharge to ground treatment just because of that high water table. So what are the options? Well, the options fundamentally are a treatment facility that would do a deep ocean discharge. Through the assessment review of the project that was reviewed, and initial conversations have occurred with the Ministry of Environment, DFO, and our First Nations and Indigenous partners around the valley have also been contacted with regards to that discharge. And I'll speak to that a little bit later in more detail. So when we get to our project summary, and Ms. McLean also touched on this, the original proposal was to either revise the existing MDA or to convert it into a phased development agreement. The discussion around that is that MDAs and the nature of MDAs are very old way of actually managing development of this nature. So we propose working with the regional district to look at transitioning the existing MDA into a phased development agreement through the negotiation of the key components within that MDA. The biggest focus being the sewage treatment facility with the ocean outfall. Of our initial proposal, we are proposing a range of housing types. There is approximately a 3-hectare area of accessible seniors patio homes in the northeast corner, single detached on smaller parcels, and then single buildings with suites and/or carriage houses on larger parcels. Mr. McLean spoke already with regards to the parklands and trails, and that has fallen under 510 of the Local Government Act. The typical project of this size and nature runs between 10 to 15 years from the actual initial commissioning of your services to the time that it could be constructed or built out. So, you know, in the context of the housing needs stuff that we just heard, with the regional district needing to project a 20-year projection of housing needs, when we're looking at 450 to 500 units, this still isn't even getting close to meeting the housing needs projected for Area C at this time. This was the initial site plan. I wanted to show sort of the evolution of the site plan because one of the things I wanted to say here is working with the staff over the last couple of years to try to flesh out the site plan has been good. Staff's been very responsive in providing us direction with regards to what may or may not make sense. I was brought on in this in late 2020, early 2021, where we brought high-level concept together. In here, you'll see, well, 4 colors. The purple area on your top right-hand side, that is what we call it patio homes, but fundamentally it would be 2 to 3 unit accessible bare land strata units that you see typically for 55 plus accessible housing units. The red area would be single detached with suites. The blue area would be single detached, and then the orange area would be the area with that single detached with carriage houses and/or suites. That was our initial concept, and then through conversations with staff, it was deemed that having a lot fabric and some additional work with regards to rainwater management and servicing in general was necessary to better understand the scope and scale of the project. So in late 2022, early 2023, we did a detailed assessment of the site, including an overall grading to understand how water flows on the site in a more detailed manner. Included in this was detailed rainwater management modeling for this and the area downstream as the water runs currently through Fairway Pond into the creek and flows to the north through Pacific Playgrounds. And so we did some detailed water modeling to understand exactly what that might look like. As part of that, we did, like I said, a detailed lot fabric here. We reviewed this with staff again, and at that time, it was shortly after that this was brought to the Electoral Area Service Committee to go for external referral. Sadly, we were unable to attend that meeting. I believe that had our team been here at that meeting, we'd have been able to address a lot of the questions actually that the directors had during that meeting at the time of that meeting without having to do the additional memos that we did coming out of that meeting last August. But from that meeting, we had received several feedback, one of them being the need for increased or diversity of housing typology. So we went back to the drawing board and we actually modified the site plan again to meet sort of the direction that we heard from the Electoral Area Services Committee. With that, we added, again, we kept the accessible patio home form of housing. We added 2 multi-unit housing forms, which would either be walk-up apartment or townhouse type typology, some small lot singles, and then singles with suites and carriage houses. This increases the density on the site significantly from our initial proposal. When you take the areas that we show there in the blue, which are in the northwest and the southeast areas, you add in apartment housing typologies and townhouse type typologies, your density goes up fairly significantly from that. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see 2 small parcels. One is that's where the storm detention pond was to be located that Mr. McLean had mentioned. And the one adjacent to that would be where the tertiary treatment system would be located. From all of this work in the background, the civil engineering team was doing work to understand the overall context of servicing. With the water proposal, I think Mr. McLean summarized this better than I certainly can. But currently the MDA has 143 parcels permitted under the MDA with 2 units per parcel for 286 units. Our proposal was to work through local area service expansions to allow for the expansions and a phased approach to allow for the water to be expanded into the local area serviced areas to allow for water to expand on a logical manner as the project proceeded. As I previously mentioned, typically a build of a project of this nature is your 10 to 15-year timeframes from the day that you have your local area service established and your services established. Stormwater options. This is one where the conversations that the regional district have had with the ministry are inconsistent with the conversations that we've been having with the ministry. We have a team that work with the ministry closely throughout BC based out of our Victoria office. And the proposals that we had put together with regards to size of ditch and the ditch solution with the detention pond are consistent with our conversations that we've had with the ministry. This is one of the reasons we're a little bit surprised in regards to the recommendation for refusal instead of referral, because like any jurisdiction, we will not get formal comment back until a formal application has been referred. And so we cannot know the formal comments other than the conversations that we've had with the ministry over the last 2.5 years of what they would accept. That being said, if the ministry would not accept the ditch proposal that we had actually brought forward, we do know that they would accept a piped stormwater system. This is something that they have proved throughout the Comox Valley Regional District, where other local governments will own or operate that facility. They allow that to cross or be within ministry-owned infrastructure, and we know that. So there is a technical solution to the stormwater. But for us to get from where we're at now to that technical solution requires external referral. We can't get there until there's an official application presented to the ministry and we get formal comment back. As for this sewer proposal, in general, we've had really great conversations with the regional district with regards to the sewer proposal. We have our team out of Victoria who are experts in sewage treatment facilities, and the plant that was proposed here would be a modular plant that would allow for future expansion, as Mr. McLean had mentioned. We have begun our initial conversations with both the Ministry of Environment and DFO in regards to the ocean outfall and the design and nature of that. We actually had our official pre-application meeting just over a year ago, where we got a positive response from the ministry. We have begun our initial First Nations and Indigenous consultation, and initial letters have gone out to inform the, I believe it's 11 different Indigenous partners of this proposal so that they can provide early comment and they can be kept in the loop throughout the process. This facility meets and exceeds what's currently in the MDA. So the MDA right now says that there has to be a facility that could be expanded up to 4,500 individuals. The outfall itself would be designed for 4,000 cubic meters per day of discharge. So it is oversized not only for this development, but as Mr. McLean had mentioned, in the future, if the failing septic challenges in this area continue, that people could be connected into the system and the outfall would be established and constructed to ensure that that could occur. So just summaries and next steps. I don't expect you to read this. This is a lot. And again, with regards to the history, Mr. Reimer and Mr. Gosling could provide that. But the team has been actively working on this since about 2018. We've been working with staff throughout this and working with the ministries, both the ministries of transportation and the ministries of environment, to work through. We had initially on this project, when I first started on it about 3 years ago, where I initially had bi-weekly meetings. But we're informed that those didn't actually establish pre-application. And so we didn't actually have an official pre-application on this until early last year, late 2022, early last year, from when we then got formal comment. From there, we've been working with staff to provide updated and detailed memos as quick as possible when we do receive that. But the one thing we are asking for is to go to referral, external referral. Once we have our external referral and this process then begins, we can begin doing the more and more detailed engineering design. As you can imagine, on a project of this nature, designing a treatment facility of this nature and designing the infrastructure is extremely expensive. And to proceed to the detailed design that we are being asked for at this stage without referral and the process moving forward, we've been a little bit tentative doing so at this stage. But we're certainly willing to move forward with those more detailed design work to illustrate the feasibility of this project moving forward. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I may. And like I said, Mr. Marsh, Mr. Gozan and Mr. Armour are both online to answer any detailed questions.
Thanks, Kevin. Questions from directors? Director Gee?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kevin, for this presentation. As you know, this has been going on since probably 3 decades. It's only a baby compared to the Union Bay project. But back in 2016, the CBRD did a report on failing septic systems. They put wells in around the area. And out of the 12 wells they put in that were placed between the Saratoga Beach Estates and the foreshore, 6 of them failed. They did not meet or exceed the recommendations from the province. So that means half of them are failing of those wells. So I mean, when this first came up, when I first got elected and the original proposal, the original MDA was put forward, I made a point of saying that the community absolutely needs a wastewater management system. I said, well, if we had a sewage treatment system in place, I could point to it and at the residents say, well, do you want to hook up to that? And that would drive the interest in solving that problem. And I know we had, the old MDA was 143 lots. And we say that, but this with, you double that with the secondary dwellings. So if you look at the 421 to 375 to 500 units, it's not that much inflated from the original MDA. I think that we have a proponent here who potentially could bring solutions and offer a fix to a lot of the problems we're facing down there. If we're going to be looking at 2,480 more housing, many more houses needed in Area C, you just take a look at the map of Area C and you realize that the majority of it is ALR land, upland resource land. So we're left with our settlement nodes. This is a settlement node. Although I disagree on some of the issues, mainly around the amount of water that's actually available for a project this size. We're only recently getting our new wells online, so you know, time will tell with that. So it may be a little overreaching, but for the most part, when it comes to having a local service area that would look after a settlement pond or rainwater management, that would be a local service area that would be paid for by the residents of that area. So much like the mosquito abatement program we got up there, where people pay so much a year, It betters the community. This would benefit the actual development. I think what needs to be said is that there's obviously some stuff that needs to be worked out here. But by actually cutting the cord right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but you guys did attain a right of way from Regent Road, did you not? And then on the other side as well, going through the Schultz Road? Well, that's a huge amenity for the region insofar as the fire department, emergency services, all that stuff is concerned. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking for the continuous solution-based discussion on this. I think we got to keep an open mind. If it's using too much water, then how much water do we have? My understanding is we already put aside enough water for the original MDA in our plans. So, like I said, we've got a private solution here to a lot of our problems, which would alleviate some of the work the staff are the pressures the staff are under. And I did suggest that I think our staff is probably suffering from sewer fatigue right now. And a reasonable person would assume that because we've got the water extension south, we've got the Union Bay sewer system, we've got the conveyance system all going on at once. Not to mention Graham Lake and some other, very complicated files out there. So it would be expedient for staff just to say, well, we can just put this off for another few years and then we'll turn our minds to it. Well, these things take decades. If we're going to start out with a liquid waste management plan, which is what we finally did in Union Bay, then it's going to be a process. It's going to take a long time to work through. So rather than kicking this thing down the road another 10 years, which will add astronomical costs and more legislative and environmental issues, where we have a chance here to at least address a very serious environmental issue and to keep talking. That's what I said all along. We got to keep talking because it's not going to be easy, folks, but there's no way it's unattainable. There has to be a compromise. There has to be something that would be a big enough project that the proponent can take it to the bank. In the same token, not enough to frighten the sports fans up there. But you talk about, again, we just had that presentation about growth. And we've got 55% growth over the next 3 years in the over 85s. Well, here's a chance for people to actually age in place. We're not talking about people emigrating here so much, but we've got people that are in the area. They're getting older. They can't use the stairs anymore. They got these big houses. What would be better than to offer them a way to stay in the community they love and grow old? So I don't know. I think we got to keep talking that all these challenges that they brought up can be addressed through the public process. The public process means we have to go out for referrals. It's astounding that it's taken 9 months to come to this decision, but let's move forward and let the thing play out. If the private sector can work with the province and solve some of these issues, then good on them. It's going to help out in the long run. So it's not as though it's insurmountable. I think everything is attainable. Everything is pretty much with compromise. We can come up with a plan that's going to work for the community, work for the people of the community, and work for the proponent. So my advice would be to move it forward to referrals. Thank you.
Director Harbour, any comments? No, I'll let you go. I'm sharing right now.
Yeah, thanks. All this with the caveat. I realize I'm a decision maker on this, but it's not my area. I do appreciate seeing the revised site plan. I think that it's correct that some of our suggestions that were proposed last August, I think, were integrated because I really didn't like that first one, which was really based on single family dwelling lots. So I'll just provide my comments as they arise here. Like I like the addition of the multi units. Geesh, I just lost the map. Just pulling it up. There it is. Still a lot of single family homes on there. I mean, just opinions again. I'm not talking about revisions yet, but I'm just saying we've gone through a bit of an ordeal last year at this committee with the Speedway, and we ended up with a divided committee and a divided community as well. And so for me, when I look at whether, you know, how to vote today, it's really would this pass the muster at a time where a lot of the community is asking for a local area plan as well, as staff highlights. But I do recognize that this has improved significantly from last August. Personally, I would double the number of blue zones, you know, for multi-unit. I would make room for commercial area and a grocery store. This community is really underserved. You probably heard me talk earlier about moving from bedroom communities to places that are vibrant, have all the services, especially for our settlement nodes. And I think this property offers that opportunity as well. I thought I had made that comment at the time, but maybe I didn't. And then coming from Union Bay, where, you know, I've had to negotiate with the developer for 16% parks. You know, the 5% for me is low. It's the minimum bar with the province, but I don't see a lot of green space for the community for long term, especially with a lot of density. I think some of the things that I'm speaking of, you would hear as we move through a bylaw process and the rest of that. But what staff is taking issue with is the rainwater management plan, which I'm not an expert on. So that's more difficult for me. I'm glad you provided some background and context on that and real relationship with the Ministry of Transportation. I do agree with Director Grieve that there's an amazing opportunity to resolve sewage issues in this area, just as we are doing in Union Bay and Royston. And that a project of that site could provide that. I can be a hypocrite on water. We're working on Union Bay, but we haven't. We know we don't have, at least from a existing systems perspective, all the water we need to achieve full development potential with the Union Bay Estates, but there's enough to start, and hopefully in time other solutions will be found. Otherwise, the development potential won't be realized. And I think the onus in that case is on the developer to demonstrate that to achieve that potential. So I would imagine something like that could exist here. Yeah, I'm just I would like to, you know, I would like a project like that to go to the community. I'm just not sure if it's where you'll see a, you know, the full level of enthusiasm and the potential that it has right now, but it's definitely, like in my book, a lot better than what we saw last summer. I'll leave it to Chair Hardy, who can now take them.
Yeah, thanks. After looking at the HNR report last night and hearing the presentation today, there's a need for additional housing in and around Area C for sure. But some of the questions that I asked this morning as well with regards to water and sewer and rainwater management, I didn't see much in that particular presentation regarding how you address those issues. So it's a real tough one for me. We're if I'm understanding correctly from you, Kevin, is basically, you know, you need to put the horse before the cart before you can get the responses back on referrals and stuff. So if we turn around and, if I'm understanding correctly, if we put the kibosh on the rezoning here today, then that doesn't allow you to go through the referral process to provincial government agencies and First Nation referrals, etc. So the question that I have for staff is there any harm in referrals going out to see what kind of a response we're going to get from BC and from First Nations regarding the rainwater management, the water, and the sewage. Bearing in mind that when you start looking at doing sewage treatment out into the marine waters, now you're dealing with the federal government as well. So we got 3 or 4 different jurisdictions revolving around a whole bunch of issues here at the end of the day. So are we not best to hear what those issues and concerns are prior to us turn around and saying yay or nay, I guess is the question that I have for staff. Thanks.
Through CEO to the chair and directors, to your comments, no, I can't foresee any concerns, send this referral externally. This will probably give us some information that we haven't foreseen. The applicant can also apply for a subdivision application too, at the same time as rezoning. Through subdivision and with my experience, I have seen that this is a form application to in health, to whoever agency that they refer to. And we have seen in the past that through this process, that we also gain more information through the subdivision through the Ministry of Transportation.
Thanks. I was wondering with Mr. Brooks's presentation, he mentioned a few different pieces of the rainwater, the sewer and the community impacts around that, and also water supply. And I was wondering if staff would be able to provide any response to the presentation that Mr. Brooks made, just in light of what is in the staff report, but also in response to the presentation. And I know that we have our planning and development staff as well as our engineering staff here to assist. And Mark Rutten, General Manager of Engineering Services, was first to put his light on. So Mark, maybe if you had any response or comments on that.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, through the CAO. I think one important factor to consider when referring is that there are good solutions in place for the questions that will be asked. So, when you're referring to the Ministry of Transportation regarding rainwater management, they're going to want to see that there are solutions in place. And what's been proposed to us is that the property itself cannot handle the rainwater that's generated, cannot be dealt with on site. It needs to be sent off site. And for that, the applicants propose that that Modi ditches would convey that water, and that the CBRD would need to create some kind of a service area. And those really are the only details that we've been provided. So, we weren't in the meetings that Kevin referenced with Modi. We don't understand their reaction to that, but we do know from our experience in all of the other rural areas that that is not something they have ever accepted as a solution. So we've worked hard with Modi in the past. We've worked specifically focused on some projects like Union Bay, and we have not been able to advance a shared rainwater system with them. So, that's our experience, and that, our comments are reflected there on the rainwater side. So, going forward without having a strong solution in place, I'm not sure what that will gain. Yeah, and on the sewage side, I think it's a little bit less complicated. I think we do support moving from an on-site discharge to an outfall. We think that is more appropriate for a long-term solution. But there are other questions around wastewater in terms of the wastewater treatment plant, what it would look like, what the costs are, what the cost efficiency is for the development and for future residents if it were to be expanded. And a lot of that information is still not available and not able to be commented on. Yeah, thanks.
If I could jump in before Edwin, to Mark, I guess the question I have for you is, again, going back to the H&R report and the recommendation that by the year 2028, we're going to need X amount of houses. By the year 2040, we're going to need X amount of houses. So I guess in the back of my mind right now is, We know that there's a housing deficit right now. We have folks that want to start building houses, but the problem that we're running into now is infrastructure. Where we're going to put the infrastructure, where we're going to deal with rainwater management, where we're going to deal with, where's the water coming from? But at the end of the day, whether it's 2024, 2028, or 2040, we're still going to have to resolve those issues, right? So I guess that's my mindset, right? That's what's kind of going through the back of my mind is, when do we do that? Like, do we put it off for another 10 years? But another 10 years from now, we're still going to run into the same issues with regards to rainwater management, sewage, and water. So how do we go about dealing with that issue, I guess, is like we either deal with the issue today or we wait another 10 years, but we're still going to have those same issues, I guess, at the end of the day, are we not? That need to be resolved.
I can try to offer one answer anyways. And in the staff report, we do talk about the need for a Saratoga Settlement Node local area plan. And the proposal concept would be that we work on that plan in 24 and 25. We'll present a scope to this Electoral Area Services Committee for consideration, but the scope's going to look at things like housing legislation, the housing needs report, impacts, servicing background studies, infrastructure needs, coastal and river flood risk assessments, environmentally sensitive areas, and then look at with the community and with community engagement, some understanding of what the various growth scenarios might be for the Saratoga Settlement Node area, based on that carrying capacity, and that could start to identify then modest or more aggressive growth rates and the infrastructure that would be needed to put that into place. So that is work. You ask when that work would be looked at, and we're proposing that for 24 and 25. So the staff report in front of you today just briefly describes some of that work, but it would be separate work that the planning and development branch would be coming forward with.
Sorry, Edwin, so regarding what you just stated with regards to the planning process, is that something that can be undertaken while the referrals are going out?
I would look to the planning and development services branch, or possibly I know Alana Mullally been supporting a lot of this work as well. I would look to them. The local area planning would be done and probably should be done independent of specific development applications. And so that would be the intent of the branch, is to do that work independently. That said, I don't have a good sense on the referral and the parallel or aligned process on referral and the local area planning. But Alana has come to the table.
Through Mr. Chair to the directors. Whatever you direct us to do, we're going to do, and we'll shift things around in order to make it happen. I think I just want to come back to this question that stymies us, and in fact is stymieing regional districts across the province right now, and that is, how do they accommodate the demand and where do they put the growth? So our growth strategy tells us, we've got these core settlement areas. The principle is that 90% of the growth will be directed to the municipalities. So right now, our municipal counterparts and their councils will be grappling with where they're going to put that density. And to your point made earlier on the previous report and presentation, that needs to align with infrastructure planning that's already underway. So in this case, I would suggest to you that the local area planning work that we want to do, it's really important to line that up with the overall regional look, so that work is happening concurrently. We're going to take a regional look at our infrastructure planning and where we can accommodate the growth. And we won't be able to accommodate growth in areas that are unserviced. And in part, and certainly Derry and Mark can speak to this in detail, the residents who are in those settlement nodes, as we are learning in Union Bay, they have limits. This, I don't need to say it, but one of our challenges with Saratoga is the ability for the community, the existing community, to pay for the kind of servicing that is being contemplated here. We're not sure that it can happen. The cost of a collection system, and of course this is Derry and Mark's world, not mine, seems to be great. And we're not confident that the existing community has the capacity to bear that burden. So that's part of the consideration as well. How do we finance the growth in these areas? So it's a big conversation. We can certainly get it underway if you opt to send this out for external referral, but this is not work that would be accomplished within the time limit of external referral. Typically, external referral, that's about, depending how long our partners need, that's like a 3 to 4 month kind of window.
Director Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we're not talking about 3,600 doors like Union Bay. We're talking about much smaller development. And you talk about things moving along. We've already seen how excruciatingly difficult it's been to get a liquid waste management plan for Union Bay. When I was chair, it broke my heart to have to give back the $19 million we got from UBCM. I was so proud when we got that check, standing up there at the Royston Improvement District building. So it's a slow grinding process. And by kicking it down the road, you're only exacerbating the whole issue. We talk about spinning our wheels. Well, 2.5 years. In this 2.5 years, proponent has seen probably the biggest spike in inflation in our living memory. Interest rates climbing exponentially, costs in every single corner going up. So it's already probably, who knows, like 10% more expensive than it was before, probably more than that. And you talk about engaging with the community, and that's great. But we, as a regional district, are not in a position to deliver this service. We will not be able to build a sewer service. What we can do is assist the developer in moving it forward and initiate a liquid waste management plan, which I actually thought we had years ago, but apparently it never was finalized, where we only had the developer and the regional district. And that way you can get in line for the grant funding, which is going to take umpteen dozen years to get. So the more we kick this thing down the road, the less likely it is to actually come to fruition. And we talk about going to the public, that's all great, but we can see where, we got the over 65s dominating the discussion to begin with. And we don't have a sewer plan. So if we're going to be going for, visioning Saratoga or whatever, it means nothing without that sewer. Without that sewer, it's all just a flight of fancy. Well, we could do this, we could do that. No, we have to have the basic skeleton there. And the only way I can see us getting from A to B is to support a private developer that has the wherewithal and the means and the time and the capacity, which we may not have, to further this down the road. Otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels for another four years or 10 years or whatever. So it has been a long journey from 2006 to now. So, we can prolong the agony and with absolutely no assurance. If, however, we can't come up with a rainwater management plan that's suitable for the province, then we're back to where we are right now anyway. But we have to try.
Director.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know, it's a bit of a dilemma because I think the residents are right to request, and our staff, they're correct, that a local area plan has been vocally demanded in that area by many people. But I would highlight that in Union Bay, we haven't done the local area plan and we are proceeding with the development. So you're right, when those topics have been around for a long time, like the community is kind of gets used to the give and takes. And I think a local area plan would probably highlight this kind of thing, something that could create a more complete community. And although I don't fully, again, I reserve those comments because it's a lot better, but it's not quite where I think it could be. So I guess the risk today to deny is that the developer said, well, let's just go away because, we're not making progress. We'll just have to come back after the local area plan is completed in a couple of years. No amendments to the MDA and just sit on it for now, right? So that's one option, option one. And option two is we send it for referral, which may push us into a bylaw process, which then the public will show up, perhaps demanding the local area plan. And then we'll be like, oh, right? So it's how much is it worth your time to push forward with a proposal like that without that reassurance that the public is generally on side? And also, as Alana pointed out, without us necessarily having what's really helped Union Bay is that initial costing. When we started talking about the initial costing to residents, Alana is right. It's fairly high, but so far it's going well. We needed major grants, but because we have a ton of conveyance, in this case, a lot of the residences that would get connected are nearby to this property. You're not dealing with a 10-kilometer of pipe here, I don't think. But again, we just don't know. So to me, that's just an unknown. That would be sad to do all that with the promise of sewage for the area and then find out it's going to be 4,000 a year per home, right? So that's the flip side. So it's really it's not a simple answer today. I don't want to. All I know is I don't want to kill the project like Dr. Grief, because I think there's something there that could be really beneficial to Saratoga, Black Creek area. But as long as the developer is ready, if we get through the referral and the bylaw process, that all of a sudden we end up with this huge amount of concern, and then you'll hear me speak differently, maybe saying, oh yes, those elements that people wanted in local area plan haven't been integrated in the design that's before us. Can you adjust at that time? Maybe you can. But by then you will have invested yourself even further into that, whatever rainwater, all these kind of assumptions. So anyways, I really hesitate. I wonder if we should just defer for one meeting or to have further reflection. I read this report last night, just like, recovering from the flu. This is all pretty fast and it's very consequential. So that's the other option, is just to take the time to reflect. But not for 2 years. But I'm really on the fence as to whether to deny or send it for referral. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm on the fence too, to be honest with you. I could go to referral, or I could turn around and say, let's scrap it. There's a lot to absorb and take in, so I wouldn't mind waiting to our next electoral area services committee meeting to absorb, think about things. Director,
As long as it doesn't take 9 months to come back again.
well, I think Director Arbor said next meeting, and I think I said next meeting, so that's not 9 months according to my math. Want to make motion? Sorry, we're still on receipt of report. All in favor of the report? Carried.
Move deferral to the next ESC. No, I've already used.
Okay, I'll second it. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, Director Beef. Carried.
So we need to bring forward the addendum because we have people who've been very patiently waiting. Item number 10. Move receipt. Second. Okay, and over to staff.
Thanks, and I'm just going to invite Derry Monteith and perhaps Mark Rutten to the table because we're doing item number 10. Sorry, a little bit of confusion here. So Derry Monteith is our manager of liquid waste management planning. Vince Van Tongeren is our environmental analyst, and Mark Rutten is our GM of engineering services. And I think Derry will be making the presentation on this staff report, the LWMP addendum. And do you want to note Director Hillian here?
I'd like to note that Director Hillian has joined us and we're very grateful. He is the chair of the commission and we welcome him to the table.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much through the chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I would also just like to recognize that we have Andrew Gower here with us today as the chair of the PAC-TAC, and we also have our consultant online from WSP. So the purpose of this report is to present the final draft stage 1-2 liquid waste management plan addendum for the Sewer Extension South project for the committee's consideration. The graphic here illustrates how this process fits together with the overall sewage plan for the Comox Valley. So after we finalize the addendum report, the processes will then be combined and we'll be moving into the stage 3 LWMP planning process. So as you may recall, a preliminary draft of the addendum report was presented to this committee in December of 2023, where there was support to move forward with the next steps in public engagement. In January 24, additional public engagement activities, including a webinar and 2 public open houses, took place. And the final environmental impact study has also been completed, including consideration of phase 1B. And the final draft addendum report was then completed, including revisions to reflect that final EIS. The last PAC-TAC meeting was held on March 14th, where committee members supported advancing the report for this committee's approval, but requested consideration of hydrological impacts of the diversion of water from existing septic fields be included in the report. So this slide provides an overview of our public engagement efforts on this project from 2021 to 2024. 2021 was when our first open house following the Sewage Commission decision to receive Area A wastewater took place. The community has really continued to be actively engaged in this project with high attendance at in-person open house events and webinars and really healthy website traffic. The numbers for website traffic on this slide are from the launch of our engagement platform, which was in May 2023. So the January 2024 engagement events included 2 open houses, as I said, and a webinar. They were attended by a CVRD project team, WSP consultants, Ron Frank representing Comox First Nation, elected officials, and many members of our public advisory committee. The invitation to these events encouraged residents to view the draft addendum report that was available on the engagement page. And it also included an info sheet summarizing the project details to date. There were 9 key themes that we heard about at these events, and I've summarized here the top 6. So similar to the last events, cost concerns really remain the top issue, followed by questions around phasing and timing of future phases. So the main themes from this round of engagement included continued concerns about high costs for residents and questions about how costs are broken down per property. It's clear that residents are becoming more familiar with project information, and there's more certainty and understanding about which phase residents are located in and the general project boundaries. There's also general hope and support for the project's completion and encouragement to complete it as quickly as possible. And there are now fewer questions or comments about the overall project plans, but we are hearing more questions and comments about specific details like pump stations and pipe locations and connections to individual homes. So this feedback has been compiled from 5 sources, including feedback shared with staff members at these in-person events, questions posted by participants during the webinar, feedback forms submitted both at the in-person events and online, and questions and comments submitted by phone, email, or on our Q&A forum on the engagement page. And all of this feedback has also been compiled into a What We Heard report, which has now been shared with the community and will be included as part of the addendum report that is being submitted, or that will be submitted to the province. So as reviewed at this committee's December meeting, the draft addendum report summarizes the work completed to date for the Sewer Extension South project. The development of the Stage 1-2 addendum included defining the South Region plan area, regulatory requirements and design criteria, developing a system overview and phasing, evaluating conveyance and collection system options, and developing a preliminary design and cost estimates, holding technical and public advisory committee and steering committee meetings at strategic points to present materials and obtain feedback, and completing public engagement to obtain input from the community at large and First Nations consultation. So changes to the draft addendum report that was previously presented at the last meeting are relatively minor. The most substantive changes relate to the additional information provided in the updated environmental impact study with the inclusion of Phase 1B. Other changes include updated collection system maps that correspond with the maps that were used at the recent open house events, as well as updates to the consultation session to include the most recent committee meetings and open house information. So as already noted, the last PAC-TAC meeting was held on March 14th, where committee members supported advancing the report to the steering committee for approval, but also requested consideration of the hydrological impacts of diversion of water from local septic fields be included in the report prior to it being finalized. Staff are recommending that this additional work be completed, but that it be submitted to the province during the review process for inclusion in the report so as not to delay the process. At the last TAC-PAC meeting, the committee also recommended 3 Area A resident members to be appointed to the joint combined Stage 3 Liquid Waste Management Plan Public Advisory Committee. So subject to approval today by EASC and tomorrow by the Sewage Commission, acting as the 2 plan steering committees, as well as the board, the addendum report will be submitted for provincial review in May 2024. Also on the work plan for this year is initiation of detailed design for the project as part of the Stage 3 planning process, as well as the first Stage 3 PAC-TAC meeting, which is currently anticipated for fall of this year. So today we are asking for the committee to approve the Sewer Extension South addendum report so that it may be submitted for provincial review. And we are also asking for the committee's support to include the additional work on the potential impacts of groundwater and local stream base flows resulting from the diversion of septic water from septic fields within the addendum report, but that this work be submitted to the province during the review process. And with that, I'd welcome any questions you have on the report.
Any questions, directors? Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks for this nice summary of the process and where we're at. And thanks to Andrew Gower, who's been part of the PACTAC since the beginning, and all the other members. I think it's been really good engagement and participation throughout. And it's nice to see that 3 of the members are graduating to the major leagues of the big LWMP process. So congrats and thank you to the 3 of them that are moving up. I'd say there's been a lot of issues that we've heard about over the past year and a half, and I think staff has also done an excellent job of going issue by issue and detailing and trying to address suggestions, ideas, concerns. And I think we continue to do our best to keep this project as affordable as we can, even though we realize it is going to be a jump for people on their tax bill for sure, but they will get the long-term benefit and the community will get the long-term benefit. So it's looking pretty good. And also huge thanks to our partners, the Comox First Nation and Union Bay Estates, for their willingness to work tightly with us to actually work towards a very successful project. It's been a true partnership, so it's been really good. We had I was at the last meeting of the PACTAC, but we had one person presenting today, and I think it raised enough of my concern that I will ask that question to our team here. So I guess the concern was around the Montrose, the Kilmarnock pump station, and whether sufficient public engagement or representation of that station had occurred, in the sense that there was a concern we heard this morning that maybe that pump station was more regional in nature, and that was not reflected, that it would be a high flow and fairly big facility, and there'd be an opportunity cost around the use of that land as the only park in Kilmarnock. So I did hint earlier that I could do it a bit like we did with the other one, and if we don't have a great answer today, maybe we could take our time and defer another 2 weeks for this. But I'd love to hear from staff if they can provide feedback on that particular pump station, and also what the next steps, if there'll be other opportunities for public input, if there's any opportunities for us to detail or review that site or other potential sites, all the rest of that. So you were there for that presentation as well. So if you can pick up some of those points, that'd be helpful.
Certainly, thank you through the chair. So the provincial liquid waste management plan guidelines provide for approval by the province at the end of the stage 3 planning process. So where we're at right now is the completion of a stage 1-2 addendum. So that will be submitted to the province for review and comment, but not final approval. As we move into the stage 3 planning process, we will be doing more detailed design, including survey, geotechnical investigations, archaeological investigations, which will really inform kind of this next stage of design work. And will also provide further opportunity for public review and comment during that process. So I would say there's certainly going to be more opportunity for public review of that particular location for the pump station, which at this point is being put forward in the preliminary design as an option, but is certainly not kind of locked in place at this point in time.
Okay, thanks. That is somewhat reassuring in the sense that we will get other opportunities to look at this and for members of the public to bring forward concerns or for us to adjust. On that basis, I probably won't move deferral today, but I'll hear from other colleagues before we get to that motion.
Thank you, Director Hillian.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks very much to staff and all the people that have been involved in this very complex and much needed project. I just wondered if you could elaborate on What do we actually mean by additional discussion of the hydrological impacts? What does that discussion look like? Who's involved? And is there a report that is completed and comes back to these bodies before being submitted to the province?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we still need to work out the exact scope for that work, but we do envision a report being completed to summarize the findings and then that being included in the final addendum report. But I might invite, if I'm allowed, Mr. Chair, Andrew Gower up to the table to speak to that point, because that was a great discussion at the last TACPAC meeting.
Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Derry. Is through the chair. So, Director Hillian, the intent of the report is to look at what happens when all of that effluent that goes into septic fields now gets put in a pipe. In times of drought, that would be a major component of the groundwater flow regime in these areas. So the concern is you're going to see some die off downstream of any of these, and you might see some impact on aquatic habitat, because aquatic habitat is stream flow. So just a bit of a report defining that and what that looks like, because people will notice when trees die a little more quickly than they are right now because of the drought conditions.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I was just a little bit confused by the term discussion. Usually we might hear about further assessment or technical investigation or whatever. And I wasn't sure if it was a matter of bringing experts together to talk about the possibilities or actual field studies that would take place. I mean, whatever, it sounds like a good process. So I'm satisfied with that, Mr. Chair.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair to the CEO, I guess. I just want to make sure I understood correctly from staff regarding the delegate that came in this morning that expressed his concern about a lack of consultation regarding that pump going through the park there and the number of citizens that would be concerned down in Kilmarnock. That, again, if I'm understanding correctly, this is just the initial stages with regards to that consultation. The plans being put forward to BC, and that there's still plenty of time for folks down in Kilmarnock to be consulted and express concerns or issues regarding that pump going into the park down there. Is that right?
Yeah, I think as Derry mentioned, the province will look to the stage 3 submission, which is still months away from happening, but they looked at that submission for approval. What we're submitting, what we're proposing to submit today and through Sewage Commission tomorrow and then board in a couple of weeks' time is this the stage 1, 2 LWMP, including this addendum report. In the work to support stage 3 will be that additional analysis and design work around the some of the more technical details, which will also go to the public through the consultation that we'll be doing for this process. So yes, there's opportunity still in the future for that additional consultation and submission to the stage 3 process.
So as a follow-up, will the CVRD be responding back to the delegate regarding that question or concern that he had? Is there a means for us to do that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Derry has had conversation with the delegation, Mr. Jones, and follow-up can be done for sure. Okay, I'm just looking to Derry on that.
Just want to make sure we're ticking all the boxes off with regards to consultation there. So,
okay, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I think just correct me if staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but in Dr. Hardy and James' comments, I wouldn't characterize the consultation that we completed as being the initial consultation. I think it was the bulk of the consultation. So there will be other opportunity in stage 3, but in terms, you won't see the kind of 3 open houses back in the communities and all that again. But I think especially for phase 1B, I think there's still time to receive comments back from the province for us to have more detailed conversation. And for sure that I appreciate that there'll be a follow-up with Mr. Jones, and we, as I pointed out this morning, we also had 2 reps from Kilmarnock, and they did not raise that flag in enough to slow down the process or go back to the board. So, but I think like you, I last minute, well thought through comments should be continue to be accepted, and hopefully at the bigger table it can still be received. But then the stage 3 is really about the entire system and the entire valley, so it gets to another level.
Okay, that seems to bring us to the end of discussion. So on receipt, anyone opposed? That carries. There's a recommendation attached. Moved and seconded. Any more discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, call a question on that. Anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. And that brings us back to fire services, right? No, Clean BC. Number 6. Move to second on Clean BC housing needs report, or update on Clean BC homes. And over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Monica Whitney Brown, our Planner 1 Long Range, will be presenting this report, I believe, and supported by Robin Holm, Manager of Long Range Planning and Sustainability. So Monica, over to you.
Thank you. And I believe there are some slides. Thank you. Perfect. Good afternoon. Through the CAO to the chair and directors, this item is relating to the Clean BC Municipal Top-Up Program. Next slide, please. So the Clean BC Better Homes and Home Renovation Rebate Programs provide up to $6,000 to BC homeowners to improve the energy efficiency of their homes. Some local governments in BC have elected to participate in a program to provide additional incentive rebates to their residents who switch from a fossil fuel-based water or space heat source to an electric heat pump, or who upgrade their electrical service to do so. The CBRD participated in this program, offering this additional top-up rebate to homeowners between 2018 and 2022. And the program was quite successful with the 2022 allocation of $30,000, resulting in 70 top-up rebates issued to the community and $25,400 given out to homeowners in the first 9 months of that. Next slide, please. So in 2023, the CBRD elected not to participate as there was significant and rich rebates available through the provincial and federal government through Clean BC and the Canada Greener Homes Grant. However, the Greener Homes Grant, which was supposed to provide rebates until 2027, was fully subscribed in early 2024 and actually closed to new applicants in February of this year. So to help bridge the funding gap left by this program, staff are recommending renewing CVRD participation in the Municipal Top-Up Program. Next slide, please. So I'll just briefly touch on some details. Rebate amounts would be $350 for electrical heat pumps and $500 for electrical service upgrades to electoral area residents using $30,000 from local government climate action program funds. The municipal top-up program is administered by Clean BC, and residents who apply for the provincial rebates are automatically assessed for municipal top-up eligibility. And this just means that the recommended $30,000 allocation would go directly towards EA residents or applicants rather than any administrative or staff costs. So we've also informed our member municipalities about the program, and they are also exploring potential participation to provide support for their residents to receive top-ups using municipal LGCAP funds. So there's currently 20 municipalities participating in this program. In BC, you can see a list on the screen in front of you of these communities on Vancouver Island and in the Sunshine Coast. There's currently no other regional districts participating, so it may present a good opportunity to support residents with the financial costs of fuel switching and also to signal CBRD climate leadership. The community-wide greenhouse gas emissions inventory found that buildings account for 28% of total community emissions, and residential buildings do form the bulk of those. And as well, our RERAP, so the Residential Emission Reduction Action Plan, identified increasing the number of residential buildings switching to an electric heat pump as a key action. And at present, rebates are kind of the CVRD's key tool to incentivize that fuel switch. So there is a staff recommendation included in the report before you to proceed with the allocation of $30,000 of electoral area LGCAP funds to be used for the municipal top-up program. And thank you very much. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions that the chair or directors may have.
Thank you. Director Arbor has a question.
Go on. I guess I was. Thanks. And is this your first time presenting to the committee? Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome to the team. Really happy to have you on board. Sadly, I've got a curveball. So, and it's you know, just based on my experience last week, and make a long story short, and maybe my colleagues will just prefer to go this route, but I was in an electric car for about 8 years, and then the last 2 years I had to go back to gas to a Dodge Caravan, which was absolutely awful. But it finally broke down on the Denman Ferry 2 weeks ago, which was very embarrassing, and now I'm back in electric. But in the last 2 weeks, what happened to me last week is I was running around. I had a really busy day, and I had to recharge. And I went to Buckley Bay they finally restored the charger at Buckley Bay, and there was a wait list. Like, there was too many cars, so I had to keep going. I went to Denman. There was a car park. Got to Hornby car park. So I had to finally get onto a slow trickle charge at a house, and then before being able to come back to town. Long story short is, in those 2 years, wow, we've fallen behind. There didn't used to be those waits at some of those level 2 charging or level 3 charging stations. I'm just wondering if with our LG cap, at the same time, I had a request last week, which I haven't forwarded to James yet, but it's Beachcombers Academy it's a school in Fanny Bay, and they wanted to install a charging station, and inquired to me whether we had the funds to do that. And that got me thinking, maybe for LG cap, maybe we could, because that's 40% of our emissions. And I think we want the public to be feeling that when they go to rural areas, there's actually opportunities for charging. So I'd recommend that maybe we split half and half. I think a level 2 is about 15,000 these days. And so we could keep the rebate for 15,000, and then maybe once a year find a community partner, install a level 2 station, because we're not keeping up in the areas. The cities, like, it's doing better, but that'd be my contribution.
Through the CAO to Director Arbor, we actually do have more remaining funds in our local government action funds. So if that is something that you were interested in directing staff to look into, we could report back with more information on that. Each year we've been allocated funding for climate action projects in the electoral areas, and we have only allocated 50,000 at this point, and this would be an additional 30,000.
I would love that, because then that would allow me to support this today. But as long as it's not like a small amount that you're thinking about, because at level 2, I mean, when I installed one on Hornby, the public one, it was, well, we did it ourselves, so it was just $3,000. But I understand now it's 15,000 to 20,000 per station for the average place. So that just gives you a range. We could do one a year. That'd be amazing. So yes, I'll park my idea and pass it to Director Hardy.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Just for clarity purposes, I guess, I'm trying to understand, like, the recommendations states that the Comox Valley Regional District Board approved the allocation of $30,000, but what's is it being approved by the CVRD board, or is it being approved by Electoral Area Services Committee? And then I guess I'm a little trying to figure out the title of the municipal top-up program. If the Electoral Area Services Committee are in favor of a municipal top-up program, or is it or services that are going to electoral areas. That's the confusion part that I have with the title. Thanks.
So well, I'll just double check on the delegated authority for the EASC and confirm whether it is with the EASC or the board to actually approve that. On the term or title of municipal top-up program, I imagine that's probably coming from a provincial directive, and sometimes the word municipality is used for local governments when we'd rather see them say local government. I'm seeing nods of the head there. So it's a provincial term, but the intent behind this would be that it's for electoral areas only, coming from that LG cap funding. And as for the delegated authority, yep, I'm seeing a thumbs up. So that would not be a resolution that the board has to approve. This committee can approve this this motion today.
Okay, so do we need to improve upon the recommendation then? So it's not the Comox Valley Regional District Board that's approving the allocation, but the Electoral Area Services Committee? So do we need to put forward a motion to amend? I guess we're still on report, aren't we? Are we still on report? Yeah, okay.
Any more discussion on the receipt? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? Now we get to the recommendation, and you want to move it as that the Comox Valley Electoral Area Services Committee approves. That way it's moved that way. Okay. A second. Okay. Any discussion on that? Call question. Anyone opposed? One opposed? Okay, so that carries.
Did staff require any kind of motion to explore the charging station program as part of LG Cap, or it doesn't hurt? So I'll move that our awesome team here, the climate team, brings back a report on the potential to start funding charging station level 2. I'll specify charging station in the rural areas.
Okay, moving along. Fire Service Operational Guide Update, a report from, I guess, Bruce Green, if he's online. There he is. Chief Green, from moved and seconded, and over to Bruce. Thanks.
Through the CEO to the chair and the directors. What I'm presenting here is a operational guideline updates. We've created a couple operating guidelines in the last year, mainly because of the fire service review highlighted some things where we were lacking. So we created an operational guideline to ensure that all the fire departments are tracking their training attendance properly, as well as they're tracking what they have to do on calls to meet the requirements of the government. And the other one is I'm sure you're all aware that we have the BC Structural Firefighter training standard. And one of the there is we have to have a skills maintenance program. So we created a skills maintenance program operational guideline. And within that guideline, we've attached all the lesson plans and testing that will have to be done for that. And the last one we did is in our recent bylaws updates, we added high risk activities bylaw or there that we could restrict high risk activities during extreme fire danger. We do recognize through time that there is some businesses that might need to have to operate with that. So we've worked with the Coastal Fire Center and came up with an exemption that we could use, and we've created an OG so all the fire departments are working on the same page to issue an exemption if we have to any business that might have to operate during high risk activities. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Question? Oh, any questions? Doesn't appear to be any questions here, Chief. So I guess we're voting on receipt of report. All in favor?
Move the recommendation.
Second. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Doug DeMarzo, our General Manager of Community Services, will be presenting the staff report and available for any discussion. So Doug, over to you.
Thank you through the chair. This is the Merville Community Association's application to look at some entrance upgrades to the front of their building that will help support improvements to the kitchen, which they recently received provincial granting for. As such, finance and the city already reviewed the process and the request and think it's ability to support the request in the tune of $30,000 from the COVID-19 Safe Restart Grant remaining funding that hasn't been allocated, well, was allocated and hasn't been completely spent. So we feel that's the best place to access this money. And with further conversations with Merville Hall, they feel this will be a large piece to help them get those entrance upgrades completed, where they had previously received a quote of 60,000 in 2020 and were unsuccessful with other grants. So they've revisited the project and would be thankful for this amount of funding to help get them to their goal. And with that, I'll leave any questions.
Snooze, you lose. Merville Hall, well, I'm all for it. So we're on receipt. Any opposed? That carries the recommendation attached. Moved and seconded. Any more discussion on that? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? That carries. Just check and making sure you're paying attention. Sewer extension south, we've done that. So we're number 9 for receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Zoe Norcross New is presenting as Zoe is our watershed protection coordinator, and Zoe will be presenting this staff report. And Chris LaRose, Senior Manager of Water and Wastewater Services, will be supporting the discussion as it unfolds. So Zoe, over to you.
And through the chair, some synopsis we're going to be presenting today on the staff report is based on this report that was requested from the board last fall. And they were looking for staff to investigate whether or not we should make some changes to our water restrictions to tie them to provincial drought levels. So since then, we have investigated what other communities on the island are doing in terms of their water restrictions. And I'll be presenting on that today, and then also looking at some ideas that we have for moving forward with different options for improving our water restrictions in the Comox Valley. So we'll start with taking a look at what some of the other regions are doing on the island. In the Cowichan Valley, there are I think there's approximately 20 water systems there. Some of them are based on surface water from Cowichan Lake, and I think the majority are actually from groundwater. In the Cowichan Valley, both surface water and groundwater are not particularly abundant, and this has been an issue that's been ongoing there in their region for many years. And as a result, they have always implemented fairly restrictive water restrictions, and so their water usage under all of their stages is a lot tighter than what Comox Valley does. And they have a really limited operating range in the Cowichan Lake Reservoir. And so during periods of drought, they have in the past, as this photo demonstrates, had to pump water from the lake into the river. And in a few years from now, they're no longer going to be permitted to do that. So they've just gotten a grant to raise the level of the weir to increase the volume of that particular water supply. But because of the general shortage in both surface and groundwater supplies in the Cowichan Valley, they opted to tie their water restrictions to the provincial drought levels. In the regional district of Nanaimo, there's a similar number of individual water systems, approximately 20 systems. As with the Cowichan Valley, the RDN is also fully universally metered. But unlike the Cowichan Valley, the water sources are a lot more abundant. So they have surface water sources in the Nanaimo lakes, but they also have quite a bit of groundwater source for several of their systems as well. In the RDN, the managers of all of the water systems have, they're very coordinated. They meet on a regular basis, and they decided not to, they did consider and opted not to tie their water restrictions to provincial drought levels because they have found that the water supply source water availability is not directly correlated with provincial drought levels. So for instance, at the in early July, when drought level last year was at its highest level, level 5, they still had plenty of water availability and in their sources, and they determined it would not be reasonable to restrict water use when their supply was still at a stage that it was quite abundant. All of their water systems move independently between different levels of restrictions based on their need and the availability of the water. However, they do work in a really coordinated way. The water purveyors work together. They meet on a regular basis to discuss where everyone is at in terms of their need to further restrict water. And they have consistent stage definitions across all of the water systems. So their level 3 is the same no matter which water system you're on in the RDN. And yeah, they have the image on the right there is just a screen grab from their website. They have a regional website from which, no matter where you are, you can find out what your level of water restrictions are. And right below that image on the website is the definition of each stage. And it's the same for no matter which water system you're on. The other thing that they've done is because they are universally metered and they have smart meters throughout Nanaimo, they have implemented water rate structure that is steeply tiered based on daily use. And so because the smart meters allow you to easily see what water usage is for any time of the day, what that does is it really incentivizes people to not go crazy and water for as long as possible as they can on one given day, because they could quickly jump up to $4 a cubic meter if they do so. So this particular rate structure based on daily consumption has been really effective in the RDN at reducing peaks and summertime water consumption, which then is helpful in reducing the need to increase and upsize water infrastructure, which can be quite expensive. In the Capital Regional District, they again have numerous water systems based on surface water and groundwater. They have universal metering. And because their water sources, again, are very abundant, they have not even considered tying their water restrictions to provincial drought levels. They move, separate systems do move through stages as needed, but it should be noted that CRD did not even move to stage 3 last year in 2023, even though the drought level was at 5 in early July, because their supply was determined to be quite abundant. There's something else I want to mention on the slide. What was it? Anyway, we will move on to Comox Valley Regional District. Typically, because of the way that BC Hydro regulates the water in the Comox Lake Reservoir, the lake is usually full at the end of June or early July. And last year, that was when we went into level 5 drought, was at the beginning of July, and the lake was completely full at that time. So in the Comox Valley, all water systems have different stage definitions. So stage 3 for Royston is different than stage 3 for Comox Valley and BCOB. They're all separate. They move independently based on water availability. We also do not have universal metering on the Comox Valley water system, although we do have metering in all the electoral areas except for Denman Island. So, I remember another thing that I wanted to point out is that there's the other regional districts all mentioned that they have had confusion from the public between the difference between the drought levels, the provincial drought levels, which are given in numbers, as well as the local water restriction levels, which are also given in stages that have numbers. And so that can be confusing to the public, but the other regions have addressed that by increasing their public communications and education, rather than trying to tie the two together, because they found that there was just not a direct correlation between drought levels and water availability. It's different everywhere you go on the island and with every water system in terms of whether or not there is a correlation between the drought level and the water availability. But for the most part, we have fairly abundant water supply during the time of the year when water use is often the highest. So some ideas that we wanted to consider for options for water restrictions. The first one is the one that the board had specifically requested that we look into, which was whether or not provincial or we should try our local water restrictions to provincial drought levels. And because of the fact that we do have typically fairly abundant water levels at the time when we have early drought in early July, it could unnecessarily create hardship on people if we are restricting water use when water supply is quite abundant. And the other consideration that's been brought up recently is that with increased wildfire concerns, when we do have abundant water available, it can help to mitigate fire risk if we allow some regulated, restricted usage of water to keep some vegetation alive around houses. So another option is that staff could have, or we could leave the water restrictions as they are, and staff could have monthly check-ins with directors on the water levels, because directors at any time can change or request that the level of water restrictions be increased. We could look at further restricting water use in the current water restrictions that we have. The only consideration with that piece is that when you further restrict and tighten up water use times, or then we tend to see increased peaks because more people are using water during a smaller window of time, and that can be harder on infrastructure and eventually might require us to upsize infrastructure. So alternatively, we could work towards universal metering with assistance from the CVRD to the municipalities to temporarily fund water metering programs. And the benefit of this would be that we could work towards incentivizing further water conservation through daily use rates, as they've done in RDN, which has been shown to be very effective in reducing summertime water consumption. And we could also work towards coordinating the definitions of the different stages for water restrictions across all the water systems in the Comox Valley, and improve our communications and messaging kind of along the lines of what RDN has done, which has seemed to be pretty effective, and it's working really well down there. And all these measures which we've presented here could be done together or individually, but they're just options that we've been considering for ways to improve our water restrictions and water use in the Comox Valley. So at this point, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. And the idea with this report is just to gather input from, we presented to PCOB this morning and to this committee, ESC, and the water committee, and take input from those groups to the board.
A marathon. Director Weber?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the report. Very insightful. And I was a vocal proponent to try to work in that direction last summer, and I think the summer before. I think that lack of consistency with the public is really confusing to people. So personally, like tying to provincial guidelines, I realize what you say, like the logic that we have high abundance in the summer, but it's a bit like saying, oh, well, we have a high abundance of petroleum in Canada, so let's use it, right? I think that if we learn, if the more we grow to not be water gluttons as we are, the more it will not only allow us to have a lighter footprint, but also allow us to have more growth over time. You know, we've spent the day talking about developments, Union Bay, Saratoga, that there's water restriction concerns, and in the municipalities as they continue to grow, the rate of growth is pretty fast. And I know we have water in the water treatment plant for the next 70 or 80 years, but what if we start getting into good habits now, so that you know we can have a 250-year plan and feel really comfortable and rich in water, but still not using a lot of it. So I'm for the water metering. It sounds like we're the only jurisdiction that still doesn't have that universal water metering. So we're the black sheep on the island. We around the tying to provincial restrictions, I think that would really create over time that really consistent messaging. I hear you on the fire smarting for people to use some of that stuff, but yeah, maybe more information on that. I mean, from fire smarting, what I learned is don't have bushes around your house. You know, like try to have your bushes away and a more fireproof landscape. Low level, low grass, things like that. So anyways, probably more question. That's the one thing, but yeah, I'm very supportive of moving forward in that direction. And then through your presentation, I kept thinking about that elusive watershed service report, which in my political career, I will never see that report. I think we started the watershed service feasibility. I don't know if you're working on that. No, you're not. Okay, so I don't know who's working on it at the CVRD, but we're doing a watershed service feasibility somewhere in the organization for the last 3 years, but there's no report yet. So hopefully we'll see that at some point, because I think it'll tie a lot of those good ideas you see at the RDN. That was one of the onus for why we started last term, to try to investigate best practices, not only around water management, but everything else management as well. So, but yeah, that's my feedback. You were looking for feedback.
Thanks, Director. And I can just say on the watershed stewardship service, there is some work being done to understand what the scope and scale of such a service might be. And we do owe the Electoral Area Services Committee a report. So that will be coming before the end of your term.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not in favor of tying our water restrictions around provincial drought. I'm in favor of following the same suit as Capital Regional District and Nanaimo Regional District right now. And I guess from the report, I am kind of intrigued revolving around universal metering here in the Comox Valley. If I understand correctly, I think the town of Comox is on meter, but there are other municipalities in Comox Valley Regional District that aren't under meter right now. So perhaps that might help with conservation methods down the road. If people are having to pay for an overabundance use of water, then you know, you have that ability to do that. Thanks.
Well, I think it's proven that when you have a graduated system with universal water metering, generally it reduces consumption around 30% or something like that as a rule. So it's obviously a no-brainer. We've talked about it for decades around this table. So any other comments on receipt? Anyone opposed? That carries. Now the recommendation.
The idea with this report and the one presented to the Black Creek First Nations Committee this morning and the one to the Water Committee tomorrow is that they would, all the commentary and they would all come back to the board on April 23rd, I believe is the date.
So we're just bringing the recommendation is just to bring the report forward, right? So I'm reading, okay. Richard?
Yeah, thanks. I was just getting clarity there as well. So it's the options that are provided in the report that we're recommending go to the CVRD board tomorrow or? Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay, so on the recommendation, anyone opposed? That also carries. We're getting there. Okay, so now we're the amendment to the Puntledge North Community Facility Support Service for receipt. Correspondence is received. Any discussion? Anybody want to speak to it? There's no staff on this, so we talked about this actually at the, I think our last meeting, wasn't it? When we talked about, Director Arbor was looking forward to, expanding the scope a little bit regarding purchase of, property. Director?
Yeah, I'll just be interested. I'm supportive of this, and I'll be interested to see what you have up your sleeve in the future around this idea. So it's great.
Because you never can tell. Okay. So motion on receipt, call a question on that. Anybody opposed? Requested action? Somebody move it? Second, moved and seconded. So on the requested action, all those in favor? Gotcha. Okay, now we need to clear the courtroom because we're going to adjourn to in camera under section 91F and 91K. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Here we go. In camera we go.